Hello everyone, Cientier here. Time for my Guild Wars 1 stream. And for all you joining to get some ads at the start, because that's how it works. Okay, let's jump in. So, today I'm going to continue my slow playthrough. It has been a while. So if you, like me, are trying to remember what I was doing, let's try to run stuff down. Try to catch up with where things have been at. Where things are at? Where things are at. So, you need to travel to the poison outcrops to find the resting place of the Staff of Mist before the Battle Lord Turgar discovers it. I'm in the middle of the Horde of Darkness primary quest. I got a bunch of Desolation quests to do. And I have established that Protect the Learned is a quest I'll get to eventually, but hey, Fear, good to see ya. But Protect the Learned was ridiculously difficult because it was like, hey, stop these 12 Marganite groups. Also, they all spawn at once. So that was the thing. So we've got a number of quests here. What's Forgotten Retribution? Just kill 40 Marganites. This one's pretty straightforward. A personal vault will have to wait until much later. So the question is, what do I want to do right this moment? Well, right this moment, it appears that the thing that I need to do is not have an inventory full of things. So let's work on this whole inventory full of things issue. Ivory bows can salvage wood or bone. I don't know that bone's all that preferable at the moment. Bone is weird. We've talked about this before, but it oscillates in value quite a bit between worth something and not worth something. Hey, Salty Grease. Good to see you. How you doing today? It's been a little bit. I've been a little bit. I don't even know that it's been that long. Maybe even just a day. A day can feel like a long time. Okay, I don't have any spare hero skill points. That's understandable. You guys already have over 500,000 experience with 43 skill points. That's quite promising for Ardens, but that's not relevant here. Hey, Mana Guy, good to see ya. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Let's see. I'm at Brave Lightbringer already? I haven't even been... Well, doing the quests tend to be here like every other stream. Depends on AT&T. Yeah. The ISPs are... I don't know if you're also in the United States as I am, but I really wish someone in a position of governmental power would maybe do a little bit of something about the internet service provider regional monopoly issue. But yeah, so Brave Lightbringer already, like doing quests gets you a lot more Lightbringer points than not doing quests, as one would expect. Not likely to get to Spear Marshal in normal mode. You can't take bounties in... Like, they stop giving you bounties at a certain point in normal mode, so you just can't quite advance. I kind of want to be able to hang on to the Sheltered by Faith mod. But I don't know what I should do with it. Ah, okay, yep, Texas. Yep. I'm in Pacific Northwest. So... yeah, I really wish... because it's like... for as much as America touts the value of fair markets, it could do a lot better at actually making that happen in various areas. Also, I needed to collect inscribed shards. I remember that now. And there's stuff that I could get for Marganite masks. Why do I have... I guess I wanted to make more scalefin soup. Again, this is not the most pressingly useful thing. Kenmu. Take my random junk. If I remember correctly, Koss had this Shield of Fortitude, and then I replaced it with this shield, which I think is better for him. And this axe. You get 100 for $34 a month here in Sweden. Most importantly, it's pretty stable. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, like it's one of those things where it's like I'm not quite sure what we get or what our prices are. I'm not the one in charge of the internet bills here in the house, but in general, U.S. internet. Yeah, like there's a lot of things where like fair market ideas are great. You just have to make sure that you have a fair market, like with competition. And what's happened in the United States is that it's very easy for the ISP companies to say, "Look, we have competition. We're competing with Comcast and AT&T." And does Verizon still have an ISP wing, or is it all wireless now? And like CenturyLink, they're all technically competing, but you get a lot of areas where it's just like, oh, but there's only one of those in that area, so it's not really any competition. I mean, it's trying to compete with dial-up, I suppose, but who wants dial-up in this day and age? And like, also to be fair to the ISPs a little bit, they do have the issue of like rural America is extremely hard to cover, just because there's so much of it and it's very like sparse. It's not very densely populated, so it's very expensive to lay line there, just because you have to cover so much like distance, and the return is very low. So it's a tricky problem, but there's a lot of other things going on. Let's get Horde of Darkness taken care of. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. I've heard that sort of thing too. A lot of ISPs have worked to make municipal internet illegal as well in various municipalities. So like they're like, "Oh, we can't the city shouldn't be allowed to compete against us for internet." So they're not allowed to make internet happen even if the citizens want it. Like that sort of thing happens all the time. Let's see. Okay. I'm just trying to reorient myself to what's going on here. Ah, that's right. It's been a while since I've played this character, so a little disoriented. Let's do an avatar of Lyssa's stuff. A lot of this doesn't matter terribly much. Like I said, I just want to go get Horde of Darkness taken care of, so that way, like, the primary quest isn't influencing maps and stuff. We need to go out into the Alkali Pan. The infrastructure is government-owned. The net providers get to compete on that. I see. So basically, the government built the tubes and leases out the management of it. Oh. Oh, wow. That's an interestingly compromised position you got there, Salty. You prefer Salty or Grease for a shorter name? Or do you just prefer going by Salty Grease? I should ask that question. Okay, Horde of Darkness is one of the most tedious quests, and it's probably going to be... The heck is General Farrand, and... Okay, first things first, let's just go talk to this ghostly priest. Yeah, I can understand, though, your parent working for AT&T kind of traps you. I should have read what that said. Oh, well. I need to kind of get my brain into mode. I'll go with Salty, then. General Farrand. This is a surprise. It's been quite a while since I've seen living, breathing men and women out here. Do you have business with my Lord Kara? I don't know, but I have business with these Jinn, apparently. Okay, what was that again? Do I have business with your Lord Kara? Strange bedfellows. You're here to discuss a ceasefire with my Lord Kara? Most interesting. If you're out here reeking of sulfur, you must have a valid mission. I will convince War Marshal Kara to speak with you. Lead the way. Alright. I guess we're doing this quest now. Wasn't necessarily what I was expecting to do right off the bat, but frankly, I don't know what quests are even out here. These are really cool looking. This bridge actually looks like something straight out of the Crystal Desert. It's just the color palette's so different, it doesn't look familiar. But I'm pretty sure, like, isn't this, like, almost the same model? It might be the same asset that they use in various places in the Crystal Desert, like, for some reason what immediately comes to mind is Ilona Reach. That mission, where there's some bridges that go across some gaps. I think of one particularly in the beginning that goes across with some, like, of the Dune Burrower type enemies. Or not, are they Dune Burrower? Whatever. The large planted worm things on either side. But they do look really different in the color palette in the Crystal Desert as opposed to the color palette here. This is a much dingier color palette. It's brighter and clearer in the Crystal Desert, but I really like that sort of difference. Yeah, it would make sense. I agree for that reason alone. Yeah. Yeah, it absolutely would make a lot of sense for it to be, like, similar or the same. It's just something that kind of stood out to me. Of like, oh yeah, I think that is the same thing. Huh, that's cool. Sort of thing. Yeah, you don't need a liquid flame. There we go. Fumia... How do I pronounce this guy's name? I don't know. Fumia... Regardless, he looks rather alive. How did he get out here? Wonder if he'll say. Yep, that's right. Lahati and I are out here breaking up those Jinn before they drive off honest traders. I think Varish and those Kournan stirred them all up. But whatever the cause, it's my job to hunt them down and keep people safe. If you want to help, I'll share the bounty with you. Prove that you destroyed a bunch of those Jinn by bringing me 5 ruby Jinn essences. In return, you'll get stuff that I'll look at in a second when I'm not getting, a reasonable piece of equipment. Well, I can't reach this thing with my weapons. But, it does seem to be degenning okay. Well, that was weird. Whatever, I'll give that guy some additional degen. Enough health degeneration does do quite a bit of damage, so... There we go. Okay, let's see what this guy gives for gear, just because I'm curious. So this is a command shield. This is a motivation shield. So this heraldic shield would actually be a pretty fine counterpart to the one that I have already. Oh, backbreaker. Not Earthshaker? Or do you mean Earthshaker? Because you were looking for Earthshaker. Just had to run from LA. Yeah. Yeah, so... You went down to... Okay, you did mean Earthshaker. Okay. So yeah, you went down to Snake Dance. What I'm eventually wanting to do on Ardens is probably like beat Cantha, then go back to, or then go to LA, and I might go to LA first, just get Oleus. We're talking about a different playthrough here, but this is an interesting protective icon. And then a bunch of 15/50 caster gear, which is not usually what you want in your caster gear. And then go to beacons and down from there. That does get you there. So wait, the person we're supposed to talk to is in the middle of the area there. Okay, well, let's go around. I think I can kind of... Wait, is this not... Is this a... Oh, this is just a dead end. isn't it? Yeah, okay, it's taunting me here. Yeah, Earthshaker is probably easiest to get by just like rezoning in the Southern Shiver Peaks until the boss you want spawns. Or off of there's some more reliable ones with some special spawns with some Guild Wars Beyond content, particularly Winds of Change has a spot that spawns it. There's another spot too. This way might actually lead to a Worm Spore. I just need a Worm Spore here at this point. Reading too many wiki pages, too many different bosses and skills. Yeah, I get you. Especially if you're going for Skill Hunter, it's going to lead you all over the place. Backbreaker is available in... I want to say it was somewhere in the Char Homelands, and then Ring of Fire has a spot where it spawns as well. I really wish... so I understand why they changed Backbreaker. Its functionality to be like... not allowing or requiring you to have enough strength in order to be able to get the longer knockdown duration, but recently finished EOTN on your warrior, so you've done all 4 campaigns on him, as well as crafted elite Luxon armor for him. Next is Hardo Vanquish Skill Hunt. Cool. I definitely recommend Skill Hunter, like especially if you're going for Guam, God Walking Amongst Mere Mortals. I definitely recommend doing that at least after Legendary Survivor, but doing a bunch of the other stuff first. Like you can combine it with some things as well, like with Vanquishing or Cartography. But Vanquishing and Legendary Survivor are both good ways to get a lot of experience points, which you absolutely need for Legendary Skill Hunter, because skill points do become tight when you're going for that title. It needs so many in order to be able to, I was really expecting Worm Spore down there, but there wasn't one. But in order to be able to have enough skill points to buy all the signets of capture that you need. Yeah. And of course, you get a skill point every 3 elites you capture, so that helps, but obviously that's not a one-to-one thing or anything. Yeah, Legendary Survivor is a big grind. It probably would have helped me on the character that I did that stuff with if I had gone for Vanquisher kind of contemporaneously with going for Skill Hunter. Yeah, Elite Armor does eat up your funds pretty quickly, depending upon what armor you're going for, but Luxon's going to be one of those expensive ones, especially if you need to buy all the Jade that you need, because it requires a lot of Jade. Just like Elite Kurzik requires a lot of Amber. And those are approximately a K a piece, a little under. Or you need to grind out a lot of faction. This guy has a Fellblade. That's kind of cool. I do really like the Fellblade as a great sword skin in Guild Wars 2. I think it works really well there. Yeah, and then there's like 15k a piece for the actual armor pieces to the crafter, like the crafter cost. I mean, yeah, I can understand both things. Vocal minority, you say? There's a Amaresh the Pious. Well, I don't know what they have. I eventually may want to capture like a bunch of protection prayers, or like get a bunch of prot prayers and smiting prayers on this guy. Healing prayers is a lot less interesting to me. There's some that will be useful, but you really want, if you're trying to heal, it's better off to go slash Rit. 75 was the crafting cost, 60 was buying jade, last 15 was scales chitin. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of different costs like that. The stupid banana scythe. That whole quest is just like just a pop culture reference, and it seems kind of lame to me because of that. This is a weird spear. That's what's going on. The Horde of Darkness is really annoying because the only thing it's weak to is the Janundu Siege. And unfortunately, the AI is terrible at understanding this fact. So, especially with henchmen, where I can't tell them to use siege, I feel like it's going to be really particularly annoying. Like, I can tell my heroes to siege, but just super expensive. Yeah, I never played World of Warcraft. I really enjoyed Warcraft 3, but World of Warcraft and Warcraft 3 are very different games. And I heard about the subscription fee, and I'm like, no. I'd not like the idea of a subscription fee. Oh, yeah, pop culture references. Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. I thought you were talking about costs of armor. Made a full set for skill capping, and that's just 4 universal melee skills. Swiss Heal Sig, SWS, and 2 caps. Okay. You see what the problem here is the AI is just really bad. So one of the issues here is that Janundu Siege has a minimum range. Or like, yeah. So you have to be outside of a certain range in order for it to work. And most of the Janundu skills want you to be in melee. Okay, so I have that one selected, but strange bedfellows. Okay, so he's past there, so we're just gonna finish Horde of Darkness here first. It's like the AI's insistence on being in melee is just absolutely obnoxious. It means that a lot of times this doesn't work too well. It's the reverse melee spell problem for casters. Yeah, kinda. Where that makes them run in. You want to use Janundu Siege there, Koss. I know you don't want to use it, but like that's what I need you to be doing here. There we go. Yeah, heal. Okay. So once you've done that, once you've killed all of those the Horde of Darkness Margonites, there's some barriers that were between these that are now gone. You may have seen them briefly when I was looking around. But like that part's just, it's not hard to kill the Horde of Darkness. You do have to have Janundu Siege to do it. It's just tedious. Again, this skill cannot be used on nearby foes. So it's like, these guys are too close to me. I can't actually hit them. This isn't happening. And it's very, very annoying. This part's really cool, though. I like this part. That's coming up here with the Solitary Colossus. We're going to take out this group of Margonites first, though. We have our trusty Lightbringer title track, allowing us to deal a lot more damage. Okay, cool. Go ahead and give me these coins. Alright, so yeah, like I said, this part's really cool. Not necessarily the most intuitive thing. They do tell you, strike down the solitary Colossus with your Worm Siege attacks to create a path to the ruins of Mora. That is what we're going to do. We're going to shoot this thing down, the Worm Siege, and it makes this this fall and collapse, and it creates a bridge over to Captain Imrahil over there, who we will go speak with momentarily. As the next step in that, strange bedfellows is still going on here, though. I think I might try advancing that. That's an idea. I hadn't thought about doing that. I can see. So, for those who missed it, Salty Grease suggested for Horde of Darkness, you as the player, when you're playing with all AI like this, going forward into the enemy's like midst and then flagging heroes and henchmen or whatever you're working with back, so that way you force them to create that distance that they need to be able to actually use the skill that they're supposed to be using. Oh, there's Kara Asa. Oh, that's an Asa. Interesting. And that's to alleviate the problem that I was just discussing. I need my caster thing. Hello, Royal Guard. My lord, I bring visitors. They are here to discuss a ceasefire between our mighty forces and what's left of Palawa Joko's. Joko? The great war marshal Kara Asa does not negotiate with undead scum, or the weaklings who bow to them. Guards, remove these insects from my sight. But, my lord, these visitors have traveled here all the way from Ilona. Do you not think it prudent to hear them speak before getting them mercilessly? You are no better than they, Farand. I can see that the years have weakened your resolve. You have committed treason. Guards, destroy them. Hey, a skill point. Thank you for sparing me. A shame we weren't able to reach a peaceful arrangement. By the way, I spoke in jest about the merciless gutting and all. No hard feelings? And now that Kara is defeated, there may be a way to turn his troops to your side. Kara Asa is gone, and his forces remain leaderless. If left unchecked, this power vacuum will spur infighting until another warlord takes his place. And now is your chance to assemble the splinter factions at Joko's side, venture into the Alkali Pan, and face those who would dare stand against Palawa Joko. Crush them in combat, and convince these traitors that Palawa Joko's banner is the side with which they should align themselves. By your command. I don't take frackin' orders from you. That's right. Only not fracking for natural gas? Isn't that what they do the fracking for? I don't know how much that was being done at the time. Churka the Defiant. I think Churka the Defiant is... Oh, I know, right? Churka the Defiant. Ah, I do want to capture skill off him. I will come back to do this quest at a later point. For now, let's finish Horde of Darkness. Because I want to go be able to capture some skills. Yeah. It seems like something that could end poorly. Good old Boon Prot over here on Dunkoro. The energy drain feels really classic to me. Energy drain Boon Prot. Yeah. The camera made the Colossus not show up. Hello, Captain Mahan. Those blessed by Abaddon feel the chaos sweep over them. The knowledge and secrets are enough to drive you mad. I have seen its effect manifest in many different ways. Yet this madness simply strengthened my resolve to stand by General Morgan during his darkest hours. Yeah. Horde of Darkness. You are the ones Morgan has sided with. It is good to see such bright heroes in a time of total darkness. Ah, I see you can tell I have been touched by Varish's dark god, Abaddon. Yes, it is true. I was left behind when Varish sent her forces into Vabi to hunt the Sun Spears. As more and more of her army received the Dark God's blessing, some were driven mad, while others committed suicide rather than suffer the madness. I had to stay strong, even as I descended into darkness. I knew Morgan would need good men if he were ever to return. So, I remained with Varish as she crossed the Desolation and seized the Bone Palace. Varish then pushed on toward the Mouth of Torment, where she now performs her dark ceremony, even as we speak. As the ceremony swelled, the strongest creatures I have ever encountered rallied for battle. That was the Horde of Darkness you just decimated. Abaddon only knows what you will face next. I was left in charge of Varish's final line of defense, but, as you can see, I'm at Morgan's service, not hers. What would you have of me? We must reach the Mouth of Torment. Of course, I am here to serve Morgan. I have seen what Varish's Dark God's plans for this world. It is not what I would want for my children, or anyone else. Even though I've been blessed, that doesn't mean I cannot fight this battle to the end. Let me know when you are ready. So, I want to just talk about this dialogue for a moment, because this guy makes it very clear that, like, being touched by Abaddon doesn't necessarily mean that you automatically have to be obedient to him. Now, it might be one of those things where somebody's will, the strength of their will, affects some amount of this. But what he's talked about here is that some people embrace it, some people are able to withstand it, some people kind of... He describes it as going mad, but basically where they're kind of like overwhelmed with thoughts. They don't know how to handle things. And some feel themselves losing control of themselves and decide to commit suicide first. He's been able to endure underneath it. It makes it very clear that Abaddon's influence does not automatically mean you have to serve him. So this further, like, works against any sort of idea that Varish has been, like, corrupted by Abaddon in a way where she's compelled to, like, do what he wants. So, I don't know. Like, I don't quite know how all this fits together. I do feel that Nightfall gets let down a lot by Varish also just not quite being explained very well. Like, I've talked about this before, but I have kind of like this uncanny valley theory of plots, where, for me, Nightfall's plot, like main story, falls right into this sort of uncanny valley where it's like, I know, this is more of a world building thing as well, but it's like, I know enough about Varish to realize that she doesn't have any presented depth, and I need to know what that depth of her is, like how she came to be in this position, in order to be able to, like, accept her as anything more than a Saturday morning cartoon, like mustache twirling, evil for the sake of being evil, unrealistic caricature that she's kind of being presented as. I don't know what her motivations are, and we really need to at some point learn what her motivations are. There's still time. There's still time for quests or other things that I've not actually paid attention to, seen ever, or just not in a long while, to kind of explain what Varish's motivations are, why she's gone down this path of turning her nation towards Abaddon. But it really, like, it needs to be explained at some point, or the whole story just kind of feels weak to me. Now, this is me. This is my subjective intake of things, but that's just, I wanted to talk about it because this guy is, like, making it clear that being touched by Abaddon, being blessed by him, like, we can't really see him here because he doesn't have, like, no helmet on, so we can see Marganite features or anything like that. But he's made it clear that it's possible to be touched by Abaddon, to be so demonic from Abaddon's influence that you're able to walk across the Sulphur Sands and still have control over your own will, still have free will. That the idea that Varish doesn't have free will, she's been, like, completely hijacked by Abaddon, is thrown into doubt as a possible explanation for why she's doing the things that she's doing. I never really got the impression that that was what was happening anyway, but it definitely, like, I really deeply want there to be some point in the story where it explains what's up with Varish. And I don't know if it'll do that or not. But for now, we are ready.
mouth of torment. Varish's mentor Kayat spoke of it. It was here that the 5 gods defeated Abaddon. Here that the walls of his prison are the weakest.
Here that Varish Asa will finish her ritual.
She will turn the world into torment and unleash Abaddon into that world.
Are you up for this?
Yes. No. I just remember Varish as she was. She did so much for Kournan. She was a good leader.
She has been touched by Abaddon.
We have all been touched by Abaddon. Our entire world. We must stop it now.
When the time comes, you have to strike.
I know. But I will strike her down, only because I remember what she was. I will redeem her memory.
That will be good enough.
Okay, so there's a little bit more that's kind of explained. It's clear Kayat had some sort of important influence on things here, and an important influence on who Varish Asa became. He called Kayat Varish's mentor. But it also... Yeah, fighting Rasat without infusions hurts a lot. Hey, people in the guild. Hooray. But yeah, so it makes it very clear that that Kayat certainly had influence there, but it also indicates that she was leader, like she had become the leader of Kournan and had spent time leading before going in that direction. So, like, there's more there. Like, we need to know a lot more about her upbringing, but your thought so far is that she was blessed by him in a way where she was open to being changed and empowered, and thought how it would be better if all were improved by his touch. More of a, you were so caught up in whether or not you could that you didn't think if you should. That I could see that being the case. So one of the things, though, that is kind of a difficulty is there's this concept for, like, explaining awkward story stuff of, like, writing the solution for the writers, or, like, writing it for them when they should have written it themselves, if that makes sense. I'm not saying that that's 100% what, like, but, like, how do I word this? I feel like I want something more explicitly stated by the game rather than us trying to speculate, because it's so important to what happens. And I want to feel that I have a stronger sense of the developers had the framework of understanding why Varish changed the way that she did. I have, for what it's worth, the same issues with Shiro Tagachi. Like, who he is, what his character motivations are in Guild Wars factions are incredibly important to the plot of that game as well. And I also feel that they are underdeveloped. I don't understand what Shiro's motivations are. Yeah, we were filling in the gaps, not the developers. And, like, there's some amount of that I think is... the dynasties were a time of peace and plenty. Children laughed, and men and women discussed all manner of philosophy. Palawa Joko ended it all. This is the dynastic spirit. Like, I think lore that has gaps for the player to fill in is cool if it feels like the developers know what's underneath. Dark Souls is the thing that immediately comes to mind with this, right? But, like, isn't it a magnificent day? Yeah, they haven't updated our dialogue, and maybe they should have. I just really want more of a sense of what is supposed to, like, be going on in her mind, going on in Shiro's mind. It feels like they were written to fulfill their role in the story, and they didn't go back to figure out who they actually were as people. Is kind of what it goes back to for me. Yeah, exactly, Salty. I agree with that. Like, it was purposefully, like, the developers purposefully excluded it, not accidentally, or just didn't bother to come up with an answer to those questions, or didn't think about it, or whatever. Which is a long-winded way of saying accidentally. Yeah, I agree exactly. That's a great way of stating it. Ascension Pilgrim asks us to make the nightmares end. Okay, well, let's go ahead and turn in this quest to Mahan. Please, take this with my thanks. You see, Morgan and I were close friends. Even though his father was a high-ranking noble and mine just a simple guard captain, we both worship Lissa and grew up viewing the world in much the same way. He and I have seen more than our share of dire situations and have saved each other's lives more times than either of us care to remember. I would follow him into the depths of the realm of torment if he so commanded. It is a shame Varish and Bale could not inspire that loyalty. This is a powerful line here. Yeah, and Bale serves as a very powerful contrast, right? He is rule with a forceful hand. It's all about, like, people are tools to him, not people to lead, right? Or like soldiers are to Bale a tool. To Morgan, they are people to lead, to inspire and whatnot. And Varish is very similar to Bale in this regard. And then this is just his general dialogue. Wanzel here will tell us more about stuff. I want to go get some of these because this is a big transitional moment. I want to. I'm gonna use this build a little bit longer. Okay, I'm gonna go look to see what this boss has. Ballad of Restoration, Blazing Spear, Purifying Finale, Spear of Lightning. I think I have. Oh, I don't have Purifying Finale. That would be a good one. This character is not buying skills from skill trainers. I have to get my brain back into the mindset of this this playthrough and its restrictions. I do want It's Just a Flesh Wound. Ballad of Restoration I already have. Spear of Lightning and Blazing Spear. Oh, I don't have Blazing Spear? I have Spear of Lightning. It should show up right here if I did. Well, that means I have, like, literally 3 skills I want to capture off this boss. Purifying Finale, It's Just a Flesh Wound, and Blazing Spear. Okay, well. 5 from Sot, plus 3 Neko, plus 2 Monks is hard. Yeah, like... Prot Spirit will let you totally take down a Mersat or take down like 1 of 3 Mersat. But like, so Spectral Agony, for those who are not familiar with it, is a skill that is used by the Mersat, and it does its effects scale based on the number of pieces of armor you have infused. Infusion is a special flag that can go on pieces of armor. And full infusion makes it fairly minimal. No infusion makes it do like negative 30 HP degen, caps at like negative 10, but whatever. You basically have like non-negotiable amounts of health degen. Let's see. What am I dropping here? Those, I guess. Just grabbing myself some Signets of Capture. And then it also... it's 100 damage a second, plus the degen, and like an 80% snare on everything you do. It's ridiculous. Spectral Agony is aggressively powerful. So, like, you can survive... It doesn't last that long. It lasts, like, 9 seconds or something. You can survive it with a Prot Spirit and some healing. If the Prot Spirit's, like, thrown on really quickly to overcome that 100 HP second damage. But if it's getting spread across your party, you're just sunk. You don't come back from that. Okay, let's go see if we can take out 5 seconds. Okay, yeah, it's not a super long duration. 9 is... I think I was confusing it because I think 9 is the amount of damage you take if you have a few pieces of infused armor. Or, like, if you're fully infused. It might be, like, 3 HP degen and 9 damage per second or something. For, like, the 5 seconds and, like, no snare, basically. But it does have a huge snaring effect if you're not protected against it. Let's see what this salvage is into. 21 iron ingots. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So the Mesmers use Energy Surge, which is powerful. And the, I got 39 iron ingots from that bronze scythe. And the Elementalists use Thunderclap, which is painful. Okay. So we're out here to do Strange Bedfellows. The follow-up. Under new management. Convince Kara Asa's commanders to align with Joka by defeating them in combat. You have defeated 0 of 4 commanders. No, that leads to the ruins of more. Okay. I'm all kinds of turned around, it would appear. Let's go make sure we have interacted with this. Takes 81 HP a second. 30 gen, 80%. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's 100 damage, isn't it? Don't get confused with the version that you get, because there is a version that you get to use as Sol D'Alessio in one of the bonus mission packs. That is a weaker version of the skill. It's a hex version. It's still really cool to be able to use. It also has a very distinct sound effect. So you know when it's happened. It has kind of like a... I would almost call it like electronic chirping. I think that's a fair descriptor of it. Okay. Good. Just wanted to double check, because that is an area that can be a point of confusion. You know what? I'm remembering this now, and I'm going to need to... Like, I'll take out this group, but I'm going to need to come at this from a different angle. By some level... Oh, that could be. It could have some weird nonsense that way. There's a lot of weird nonsense with some of that stuff. Yeah, Churka's group here, I remember being a little bit of a problem. Okay, I'm actually going to go ahead and, well, I guess I'll fight this group too. What I was going to say is I'm going to go ahead and go around and fight Churkas from Worms. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there's some scaling that way. Levels do all sorts of weird stuff. I meant to use Anthem of Flame, but okay. It definitely improves the damage that elemental things do. Like, elemental spells scale up with your level. I'm gonna need to get some more signals of capture here. They always do reform carvings for some reason. But yeah, I remember surviving a Rasat group. Yeah, that was annoying. With the henchmen in the slow playthrough. Yeah, we're slowly getting Forgotten Retribution. It's a lot like there's a Warden version in the Echo Gold Forest. Marganite Mask. That's right, there's the guy with the masquerade who had some reasonable gear. This is a spot where the worm... Being in a worm is quite useful. So this is ignoring the HP from my shield, because I have a plus 30 HP shield. But not the HP from my spear, which has a plus 21 fortification mod on it. Interesting. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that 30 armor against elemental damage matters a lot. Yeah, so the way this works, from what I recall, Salty, because we all learned about it when ArenaNet made the off attribute weapons, like the energy storage axe, for example, for the 15th anniversary. Where, man, I had a weird dream last night. This is a complete tangent. Where there's like a specially designed Guild Wars 1 boss that played like a Guild Wars 2 boss, where you even had jumping and stuff, and it was strange. But anyway, yeah, 100 armor versus everything for Warriors Sentinel armor, for sure. Maybe not against like dark and holy damage that are not to be confused with shadow and armor ignoring holy damage. But you have to have enough strength for that. But anyway, now I've completely derailed my train of thought. I hate it when I do that. Oh yeah, that's what it was. So the damage formula uses something called Strike Force. Like the way that I always thought that it worked was like for the armor formula, it was game please. Game please. Was 2 to the so we have a big exponent here. 60 minus armor level over 40. So for example, 20 minus... 60 minus 20 would be 40, and then that would... 40 over 40 is 1. 2 to the first is 2. Therefore, you deal double damage. That was my rough understanding of how it worked. It turns out it is not 60 minus armor level. It is something called Strike Force minus armor level. Strike Force is calibrated to be approximately 60 in numerous situations. So it works a bit differently if it is a martial weapon, so spear, dagger, bow, hammer, sword, or axe, or scythe. Long ago, I joined Troy Austin in hopes of finding a better future. I was wrong. But anyway, so yeah, plus 4 strength on it, so that's not hard to reach. Yeah. So anyway, I'm getting preoccupied with playing. It's really hard to commentate and play at the same time sometimes. I'm glad I didn't go any further because we have these Mandragore here. We'll probably still aggro those guys. So anyway, strike factor at 12 in a martial weapon attribute is 60. It's like 5 per level up to 12, and then it's 2 per attribute rank after that. Caster weapons, wands, and staves, as well as spells, scale off of your level, and it's like 3 times your level. So if you have a higher strike factor, it above 60, it will like increase the damage you do, right? So it's just like this balance between your strike factor value and your and the armor that you're going against. But that's why weak things tends to not deal like overwhelming damage to your low armor, because like if you're level 3, for example, you have 9 strike factor. So armor of armor of 9 against that 9 armor will like even things out, right? So it'll be 0, so you'll have a multiplier of 1, because a number to 0 is 1. So anyway, that I don't know how followable that was, but basically what happens is when you start hitting those like level 24 enemies, like elementalists, or like the level 28 sparks of the Titans, I think. That extra 8, that's 24 extra strike force. So they have like an 84 strike force. So you would need 84 armor to be taking 1 times damage. And casters are going to be below that. So it really has a huge impact on things. On like armor respecting caster damage scales up with their level. So players can't get above 60 strike force as casters. But all those enemies that they make above level 20 as casters do more damage because of their higher level. So that's just something that's not immediately obvious. That's really important to be aware of in some of those situations. So anyway, we have Purifying Finale. And it's just a flesh wound now available, so that's cool. And Blazing Spear is just a good skill, so I'm happy to have that one. Okay, there's a lot of Mandragore here. Be a little preoccupied on the fight. Alright. Clear those guys out. And of course, if you go up to like 20 in a weapon attribute, it's also going to dramatically raise your strike factor. It's going to give you like 80 strike factor. Because again, they like planned around you going above 12, because it's 5 times the thing until you get to 12, and then 7 weapon stance and a teammate with heroic refrain, easy 20 in all martial stats. Yeah, for sure. 7 weapon stance is a lot of fun, but it does allow you to easily get 20, which has like that 80 strike factor. So you're hitting a lot harder as a result of that. Basically, is what it comes down to. It's just a lot of math under the hood. I think it's cool math. I enjoy the math, but it's very present. Hey, Clean Star, good to see you. It is going decently well. I just captured a bunch of skills. I'm mostly remembering how to slow play through. So that's all good. I just got It's Just a Flesh Wound, and I'm remembering how shouts work instead of chants. It's Just a Flesh Wound seems pretty sweet. And doing some side quests. Like Forgotten Retribution. Which I am not focusing on, but is just kind of happening. I'm going to give my team a little bit of a moment to recover some. Zealous Anthem. Yeah, It's Just a Flesh Wound now is available to me. Now I have Blazing Spear like I should. Blazing Spear is a good skill. And I have Purifying Finale. The dab of healing. I don't even know that dabbing was a thing back in 2006 when this game came out. Oh, wow. Yeah, I need to stop them Awakened Cavaliers. Here, you can enjoy some degeneration. Oh man, Fragility is so much fun. It just gets so much extra damage in. It's incredible. You are under new management. Commander Mosik. The power that Palawa Joko has drawn to his side is too great for me to stand against. I yield to serve him. Let's go after the next one then, I guess. That's how this goes. Yeah, because I would like to capture RC. I say that, but, like, RC is a royal pain in the rear end to get to. RC is restore condition, by the way. It's a related skill to It's Just a Flesh Wound. Oh man, it is really nice to be able to just be like, yeah, no, you don't have conditions anymore. What are you talking about? I think I'm going to enjoy It's Just a Flesh Wound. Oh, we have another boss over here. Shelka the Hungry. I think that might be another instance of the... Okay, Koss needs his Purifying Finale renewed. I'm just going to speed Milani on our way. It's Just a Flesh Wound is interesting in that it gives a speed buff if it removes conditions, which is very peculiar as an effect. Quite useful, though. My inventory is full. No, my inventory has betrayed me by being full. Okay, well, let's salvage some things. See if we can't clean up some space, eh? 6 iron ingots from the Copper Crusher. Okay, well, I didn't need that wood, but whatever. Here we are. I'd rather not fight Shelka's group if I don't have to, and as far as I know, I don't. I do want to get this idol, because it's more money. I don't know what's supposed to be an idol of. Well, let's show these Mandragora Sand Terrors what we think of them, eh? Hey, Koss, have this, please. These guys patrol, so I'd rather just get them taken care of now rather than later. Restore condition is nice, though, for the healing that it does. Ooh, we have a bunch of awakened Grey Giants over here. These guys can be really obnoxious. In particular, awakened Grey Giants have a lot of choking gas that they do. Yeah, inventory clutter is a rough one. It's really compromised on this character because this character's not using the Shunlai, so I have a bunch of like stuff that I would normally drop off in my Shunlai storage that's just filling up my inventory space. Oh. Oh, if we go for the commander first, then his forces stop being... Okay. Good to know. Palawa Joko's force is too strong. I will bend my bones to his will. Wait, do you talk now? No, you just stand there. Okay, so if we make sure to go after the commander first, then the subordinates actually stop fighting. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Most of my inventory, or like Shunlai and stuff, is filled with like dyes, extra crafting materials, so many mini pets, and like random stuff that I hope to make use of someday for weapon mods. There's some like useful things in there as well. I have a few too many summoning stones. I need to be using them up, if you ask me anyway. You may not agree, but Va the Crafty. Does that go around? It's very hard to tell from over here. Let's get these sandstorm crags taken care of. I feel like trouble. This would be a good spot for backfire. Yeah. I just don't think about using summoning stones. This is my main issue. And then I have like stuff for quests. Like, for example, I have stuff for Thackeray's picnic hanging around. So that way I can do that at a moment's notice. Or at least that's the intention. It'll be a lot easier once I get this character access to my shooting line, drop off these chunks of drake flesh. And like Zaishin coins and stuff that I'm like collecting for use eventually. I probably should have read that too. Oh well. Maybe I'll remember to do that at some point here. It's so like a habit to just like grab those and move on. Yeah, okay, Cavalier here. Thankfully, it's not a huge deal in Wormland to just deal with undead. Oh, maybe I'll even get the one I like. I did! I got Blinding Breath. Blinding Breath is great. Game, please. Game. Please. Yeah, Encrypted Char battle plans are really cool. Well, poor mana guy's getting wrecked there. This one. Yeah, Encrypted Char battle plans, Confessor's Orders. Yeah, I definitely keep some out of the, like, Medal of Honors and that sort of thing floating around. That stuff seems reasonable of like, this can get me green weapons that I want. All right. We've got a worm. Correction, we've got worms. This 400 damage got reduced. These things have so much armor. 400 damage got reduced to 71. Although doing that's useful because 15 seconds of blind is a very long time and therefore greatly debilitates their ability to do anything. Damage-wise. There we go. Next, Quartermaster's Collector stuff. 8 different ones. Yeah, there's some, like, intermediary things. What are you doing, mana guy, that you're... I guess you're capturing skill off of Mersat. I don't know why. That was a question. Yeah, so you just snipe the captain and the rest go. It is clear to me that Palawajoko commands forces far more powerful than mine. I will call him master. Capturing Oathshot. Gotcha. Oathshot's cool skill for... Oathshot's one of those skills that I'm like, this is a neat skill. How do I apply this, though? Yeah, that's one of the things that's really frustrating about capturing skills and prophecies is the... Oh, inventory is full. Is the likelihood of the boss spawning affects things quite a bit. It can be really frustrating to go for specific skills just because it's like, okay, now I need to rezone again. Sandstorm Crags. Well, at least I know the next guy's gonna be pretty easy to take down. Commander Gitter? I guess? Well, let's give this guy a nice round of sieges. Easy enough. Much better than fighting their forces to just take the commander and give him a good smacking. How do you phrase this sentiment? I can see that I dare not stand against Palawa Joko. Tell the Scourge of Abi I am at his command. Alright. I guess I will go tell Palawa Joko that you're at his command. Yeah. Okay, this is the one that I need to get. This one might be a bit... Oh. I just need one more Marganite and I'll finish that one. Oh, I need to report to Officer Loru and the Remains of Sahlahja. I also need to find Kane. That's in the Shattered Ravines, though. Okay, let's go over here. Probably should take care of some of this inventory stuff. Sure, you know what? I'll salvage the granite out of that. Zenbu. Please take these things. I don't need them. Alright, Officer Loru. When last we fought in Asa, my master fell. You will not allow this one to destroy our world, even if it means we must work together. Master has sent a small contingent, but it seems that they have been commanded to follow only you. He has also sent a strange rune that will destroy the shrines to Abaddon. All you must do is place it upon them. When you are ready, meet me in the Sulphurous Wastes, and I will release the slaves to you. The Rune of Doom! Alright. Well then, we've got the course of things here. I'm going to keep it as just a flesh wound for now, because that's a fun skill, and I kind of feel like using it. I think I had Signet of Return on my bar. I know I had Cry of Pain, and there's nothing to fear. We'll roll like this for the time being. Okay. Let's turn in under new management to Palawa Joko, then we'll worry about that one. You did well handling that foolish excuse for a war marshal, and I am impressed that you managed to do the job with so few casualties. His troops should provide the additional strength I need to protect the palace from any further assaults, and will be secure enough for you to use as a base for your operations. If only Tarai could see me now. Indeed. Indeed. I have more skill points than I have money to buy them with. This is actually interesting. Not that I'm interested in any of this armor. But how am I from resources? I could actually, afford some of this if I had the Elonian leather squares. That's kind of cool. I don't really have a desire for ancient armor on this guy, but... Okay, I want to go do this quest because I really, really do not need this thing sitting in my inventory. Cluttering it up. I'm very limited in space because I'm holding on to random things. Like, I could easily just use up these mischievous tonics and these snowman summoners and stuff, but I kind of want to stick them in my Shunlai or give them to other characters to use for the points. So it's like, just going to chill here, I guess. Just going to chill here. What do you say, Ghostly Scout? That's probably one of those that's like, yeah, you're a cool Sun Spear. Well, for now, all I know is that I need to talk to Officer Loru. Yeah, that's exactly it. Is I don't want to be like, because I wanted to be able to turn in as many of the like Wayfarer marks as I could, and I didn't need them hanging around my inventory. A show of force. Are you ready to destroy the Marganite's temple, Imrahil Argentum? Master has sent these troops to help you. They have no will of their own and will follow you wherever you go. Take them with you to the temple. The Marganites will not release control of the temple easily. Oh, so I need to go down there. Alright, we will go that way. We have some minions of Joko. Yeah, I definitely didn't want, like, with the number of, like, Wayfarer's marks and stuff, it just, yeah. I wish I don't know why they make the NPC, the mark NPC, disappear, like, the moment the event ends, though. Because usually holiday event NPCs will stick around for a while. These ones just didn't. And I don't know why. Wow, these minions of Joko don't have any skills, do they? Usually random warriors would have healing signet and would be healing themselves about now. But this guy's just kind of needing to regen HP. I'm just waiting for this mini of Joko to recover HP a bit here. I mean, Koss is also recovering HP at a pretty good clip. It just takes a while with 3,000 HP for 7 regen to fully heal you. You know, I think it's actually faster to go through here, maybe? So you'd go around like that. It's probably one of those, like... Well, this will get me through some Marganites, I think, which will complete that quest for killing Marganites. So, let's just go through here. As good of reason as any to go this particular direction. Yeah, there we go. Forgotten Retribution completed. Man, these minions of Joko are not particularly impressive. You know what? They're probably just gonna all die. But I just need to destroy the temple with the rune, so I don't know. Yeah, and Forgotten Retribution, of course, is showing up as complete. Didn't say anything about having to do with or doing it with the minions of Joko, so. Yeah, it would have been nice to be able to, like, turn in those last couple of, because I have, like, 2 or 3 Wayfarer marks just sitting around. It's like, they represent value, so I don't want to just delete them, but it's like, have to wait a year for them to be relevant again. It's just like, eh. kind of annoying is all I'm saying. Oh, they do have Distracting Blow and Soldier Strike. They just don't have the ability to heal themselves, apparently. Yeah, many of Joko's are not doing much here. I don't know. I mean, it fits in with the narrative. As I recall correctly, Palawa Joko's like, we don't really have forces to spare. Like, if these are the forces you've got to offer me, I can see that. I will want to come up this way eventually, I think, on this guy to collect the Ritual Sleep, but it's going to be a while before I do that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It would have been nice if they had the NPCs stay around, but oh well, they didn't. I don't even like Divine Intervention, and I don't want to spend an elite slot on that effect. If you take lethal damage, negate it, and you're healed for X amount instead. Those skills are just not interesting to me. Alum the Unclean here has Weapon of Remedy, which is an okay skill, as such things go. It is not, despite its similarity, it is not Life Sheath. However, Life Sheath removes conditions on application. Weapon of Remedy removes a condition on trigger. That's a very important distinction. Okay, almost to the temple. Yeah. More bounties I can't take because I'm too awesome of a Sun Spear. I'm a Sun Spear Castellan. There's one rank below Spear Marshal. I'm poised to overtake Cormyr as leader of the Sun Spears. Oh, excuse me. I'm bad at sleep. It is a skill I want to get better at, but I don't know how. Ah, a bunch of Abaddon shrines in here. Okay, so we're probably going to want to clear out these Graven Monoliths. I don't want to touch that treasure chest. I touched it last time I was in here, which was not like a month ago, I don't think. Maybe a week and a half. Does feel like it's been a while. I want to clear out all these Graven Monoliths before I start trying to touch any of these Abaddon shrines. I just have the distinct impression, anticipation, perhaps is a better word here, that they will spawn something when I touch them. So I feel like it's better to clear out these guys first. This is a master ranked quest for a reason, I assume. Whatever, that guy's hidden behind stuff. Okay, I'm gonna go pick up these gold coins. just lined with Abaddon shrines and broken rock. That's a heck of a... You know what? That might make a good thumbnail for this episode. Hey, what do you know? I was right. Did spawn a bunch of stuff. And I still have the Rune of Doom. And no more of Joko's minions. Hey, good. I need inscribed shards. One of them quests thingies that I've got. I need like 10. Okay, so that one's already been busted. I just need to go through and bust like all of them, I guess. Seems pretty straightforward. The only thing that would make this difficult is if you are being reckless and just touching all of them at once or something. I still don't know why Janundu Siege isn't an AoE skill. It just feels like it should be, and the fact that it's not is really weird to me. Could you guys, I don't know, drop more shards or something, please? Oh, a Marganite Seer spawned? That's new, I think. That's good spacing for that Ancient Elonian chest. This is not the most exciting quest, unfortunately. Just a lot of break the Graven Monoliths. Ooh. A Skull Recurve Bow. Don't mind if I do. That might be good for Acolyte Jin, actually. I think this character has Acolyte Jin. I have my hero notes over here. Yeah, Jin. And a Marganite Tunic. Not to be confused with a Marganite Tonic. That's a different thing. You have some of those on a different character, obviously. Character's not old enough for that. Okay, Marganite Warlock. How's my inventory doing? Pretty full. I'm gonna begin salvaging some of these things. Ooh, a steel ingot from the Ancient Scythe. Excellent. It'll actually be good once I, like... I'm just looking forward to getting resources off of these characters, is I guess what it really comes down to. I fight for courage, knowledge, and honor. Give me them ancient daggers. I still really need some inscribed shards, though. This is just tedious at this point. Not difficult, tedious. Oh, I found a Graven Monolith. It's trying to hide from us. Again, I could see this being difficult if you're just being reckless and just touching all of them one after another without properly clearing out the enemies between each one. But it feels like you really make your own difficulty with this quest. And again, we're in Worms, so that automatically affects the difficulty kind of strongly. To mock the arcane. So we got an elementalist boss here, it seems. Had an elementalist boss here. I feel like... Oh, another elementalist boss. House of the Defiler. Well then. Ooh, and Dupek the Mighty. None of those guys were really able to stand up to us being worms, so... Joker for my reward. Rakesh for my reward. This requires me to get the shards. Then find Kane. That's up in the Shadowed Ravines. Okay. Let's do a show of, or turn in a show of force. See what's going on with this bow. That seems perfectly good. Boss, I'm going to drop you for a second. Check out what Jin is wielding bow-wise. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's not great. This, on the other hand, is a perfectly fine bow. For our acolyte friend. You can't even consider it an insult if an enemy yells you worm at you. Yep. Because I am a worm. A powerful, deadly worm. The apex predator of the... I don't know, area. Exactly. Okay, I want to go to the Kodesh Bazaar. That's right, just wants to take me elsewhere. We'll do that stuff later. Weaponsmith is this way. I don't know where I think I'm going. I knew the weapons were over here, so I don't know why I wasn't just going over here. That's a reasonable bar on Acolyte Jin. I would like to customize this Fiery Skull Recurve Bow of Defense, please. Thank you. Now, Acolyte Jin, you can have this Fiery Skull Recurve Bow of Defense. Yeah. Let's customize this too while I'm here. This one. It'll make it deal more damage. What's he using? Okay, I should probably get him a better stick at some point. Alright, this just requires merchanting. I was using Koss. I'm okay with continuing to use Koss for the time being. Although I do need General Morgan. Maybe I should look into what I'm doing with General Morgan. I am in a place with a Rune Trader, although Rune Traders are available all over the place, so it's not a huge thing, but... I kind of want to hang on to these iron ingots, though. Okay, let's get Koss out of here. Let's add General Morgan. I haven't done anything with General Morgan yet, so let's go figure out what Paragon things I even have right at the moment. This is the thing I need. Okay, so I got a lot of options here. A lot of Cruel Spears. I think that's an uncommon, so yeah, that's not surprising. A couple defensive anthems. Defensive anthems, all right. Song of Restoration. I do not have incoming or fallback. which makes command less exciting. Do I have those on Imrahil? I do. I could be the one to do the incoming fallback chain if I wanted. If I wanted to go a bit more offensively with him. I'm just glancing through what she has. Yeah, I could, because I have, oh, I also have some Necromancer stuff that might be. I was thinking of apply poison, but I could also use enfeebling blood on him if I wanted to. Trying to think through what some of my options are. Let's see, because apply poison is a skill that I am using on Acolyte Jinn. So the thought behind apply poison is that it synergizes really well with barbed spear and the other stuff that I'm doing. Okay, let's see about this. So if I go ranger, chunk down his command a bunch, give him like 10 leadership, drop spear a bit, wilderness survival, doesn't need a lot, maybe like 5. Because the thing is, a short duration here is actually better. Maybe like a 3-second poison, because that triggers fragility more when it applies and ends. Alright, so this is like one of those weird setups where you kind of want it to not hang around too much. Barbed spear. Let's see, what else do I have here? Ye old ranger land. I have barbed trap. I could give him barbed trap. That'd be funny. No reason to give him stuff from wilderness survival other than the one skill I'm using though. Just because he's not really going to get much value out of it. Do something like this. Go for the eyes. I don't really want to use find their weakness. Like finding their weakness is a powerful skill. It's just the energy cost of it is fairly high. Anthem of Envy is all right. Never give up. Stand your ground. We shall return. Yeah, I feel like this is a cruel spear sort of situation. See, what else do we got here? Cruel spear, wild throw, maybe? Wild throw is an anti-stance skill. Lead the way is leadership. Target ally moves faster for each ally in earshot. Maybe. I think natural temper works a lot better if you have skills that give you multiple adrenaline per skill. Yeah, and we got a bunch of motivation. Yeah, I kind of want to focus this on an adrenaline skill of some variety. I think Wild Throw is reasonable here. There's enough like stuff that you want to break through. Okay, I'm probably going to give him Rune Trader. I kind of want major leadership. Minor commands, minor motivation, and major spear mastery. Go like that for him. So leadership, spear mastery, motivation, commands. That feels reasonable to me as a setup for General Morgan. It'll give him some good damage on stuff. These will be pretty effective. And the key thing is I got him to 12 leadership with that major rune. Let's try rolling with him this way for the time being. And again, like, this allows him to play into the fragility stuff. And he'll be triggering my Anthem of Flame as well, which is pretty good. And Milani is also doing good stuff for the Anthem of Flame, so. Right, let's go turn this in the old Bone Palace. Unfortunately, there are a bunch of enemies that this sort of fragility direction doesn't work super well with, but, you know, kind of got to deal with it. Excellent. I can feel Abaddon's grip weakening already. With the temple destroyed, monolith activity should subside. I'll send a small group to guard the area. You've done well, Imrahil Argentum. I may have been the only one who could have done it better. And he takes the Rune of Doom back, which is good, because I did not need that in my inventory. Yeah, that's the Collect Grave Monoliths one. Let's go to the Lair of the Forgotten and visit the guy up here. Where is he? Over here. Vish Rakesh. Yo, I've got your thing. I'm in your debt, Imrahil Argentum. The Margonites may not be defeated, but at least my brethren's deaths have been avenged. Their souls are free. Thank you for the, Man, these things actually reward you a decent amount of Lightbringer points, given, like, all things. Like, that's 30 Lightbringer points from that one, and 45 from the previous one. And some decent gold, too. Let's see. Let's just start with Wayward Guide. And let's make sure I drink plenty of water. I think I didn't drink enough water yesterday, and I ended up with a bit of a headache a little bit after the stream. And I think part of it was because I let myself get a bit dehydrated, which is not a good plan of action. What was that? Be warned. Do not choose my path. Keep loyalty alive, Sunspear. Okay, where do we need to go for this? Oh, okay, just over there. I say that, but I also realize I don't exactly know how to get over there. We'll figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, Texas is very big. So you can't make any sort of blanket statements about Texas weather, because it encompasses areas that are going to be more coastal and areas that are less coastal. Plague Signet actually deals a bunch of damage to him when he uses it, which is really funny. Oh man, I keep forgetting that you can use shouts in the middle of other things, so whenever I like hit the it's just a flesh wound button, I'm like, wait, that went off right away. Oh, yes, of course, it is a shout. That is how shouts work. Oh, and of course my energizing chorus makes stand your ground cheaper. That's nice. Yeah, he's actually pretty adrenaline heavy, which is good. Technically also makes We Shall Return cheaper. It's all consistently hot. The southern half is mostly wet heat. Northern half is mostly dry heat. Those are very different heats. But yeah, it makes sense that it's mostly hot. It's just different types of hot. For those who have not experienced the difference, a dry heat still feels hot, but your sweat evaporates properly, which helps mitigate some of the effects. What you get with a wet heat is your sweat cannot properly evaporate from your skin. It's just grosser. It's just a much grosser, more unpleasant experience all around. Yeah, dry heat is much better. I will agree with that. You do need to make sure you are getting plenty of hydration, though. I wish I could target myself with It's Just a Flesh Wound. I cannot. It's target other ally. Unfortunately. That was a slightly overwhelming battle. I was focused a lot on condition removal. I think I've told this before, but I just remember a year when my family thought it'd be a good idea to go to Washington, D.C. for July 4th. And it's wet heat there. And it just doesn't take much before your skin just... Like, I just distinctly remember it felt like I was covered in a layer of chapstick. It was disgusting. Dry heats, by comparison, are... like, hot. They just feel hot. They don't feel hot and sticky. And being both hot and sticky is just absolutely wretched. I do not recommend. They interrupted me. The jerks. Wait, does it just a flesh wound restore 4? No, it restores 2. That's what I thought. I was very confused. Oh, that's weird. What? Okay. If I use It's Just a Flesh Wound on an ally that does not have a condition, it restores 2 energy from leadership, which makes sense because leadership reads, you gain 2 energy for each ally affected by one of your shouts or chants. Your maximum energy, or maximum of 1 energy for every 2 ranks. So I can't gain more than 7 energy from leadership. I have only 9 motivation, but that's fine. I'm barely using motivation. It seems that they are affected by 2 shouts. Like, it seems like the underlying functionality of the skill is shout, check ally if they have, like, remove all conditions from an ally. If you removed at least 1 condition, apply another shout that gives a speed buff. And that second shout also triggers leadership to gain me 4 energy instead of 2 if they have a condition that I'm removing. That's what it looked like was just going on there. requires some testing to verify. But based on what just occurred, that is what I feel like I just observed happening. Well, there's Cain. So yeah, if I use this, yeah, I get 4 energy back if I use it, and it cures a condition. That's fascinating. I had no idea. So as long as you're getting a condition off with it, and you have like 8 leadership, it almost pays for itself. It's only 5 energy. That is deeply fascinating. I wonder if that's documented on the wiki anywhere. Hang on. It's just a flesh wound. Anomaly. If a condition is removed, leadership is triggered again due to the conditional effect counting as a separate shout. Yeah, it is mentioned on it. Yeah, how's that for a really interesting bug? Or anomaly? I don't know what you'd want to call it exactly, but a very interesting piece of functionality. Either way. That makes it a lot better than I thought it was. Okay. How's my inventory doing? Doing all right. Thought I saw an ancient scythe in there. 3 iron ingots from that. 2 bolts of silk. That's pretty good. Yeah, you can get a lot of weird corner cases from, like, okay, we need to make this work sort of coding. It's hard to avoid some amount of that in any given program, though. Because it's just like, okay, how can we actually make this work? If it, like, and get it done, like, as quickly as possible, sort of thing. Because it's really easy to, like, immaculate code is code that doesn't get done. You will go down in history as an honorable sunspear. Would that I had followed your path. What's the story of all these, like, ghostly sunspears out here in the desert? I feel like there's some story behind them, but I do not know what. Incoming fallback chain would be really good for Milani right now. I think I could go that direction if I wanted to. I'm kind of enjoying... It's just Fleshman for now. Marganite Cleric says, "Puny human, tell me where the others are, and I will grant your soul quick release. Deny me that knowledge, and your soul will know a whole new dimension of pain." "I told you I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go," says Cain. "Let me reiterate. Tell me where the ghosts of the other humans are located, or your soul will be devoured." "Ah, I haven't seen who you're looking for. I'm not a ghost, and I don't know any ghosts. Get away from me." Hi, Marganites. So I have this thing called fragility. Thank you for freeing me. Can you lead me back to safety? I have no idea where I am. Absolutely. I can feel them watching me, even now. Wherever I go, their beady eyes track my every move. Man, the envoys are too busy in Cantha to actually, like, solve the world's problems. I just saw the moon there. I always like a daytime moon. Daytime moons are cool. You might not believe it, but I'm a great inventor. I invented the Flipperty Gibbet and the Codwomple. I'm sure you use those every day, don't you? Now I'm working on my most amazing project ever, a balloon that will take me across the sea all the way to Tyria. Imagine how surprised they'll be when my wonderful balloon sails into Lion's Arch. But to make it work, I need a bellows. Retrieve for me 5 dusty insect carapaces from those insects out there, and I'll give you something else I invented. Like this 15/50 scythe, which is a perfectly reasonable weapon. Got some reasonable gear here, actually. And some weird defensive focuses. You can buy them at IKEA. The Codwomple or the Flibberty Gibbet? Both. Go to IKEA. Though I can't say I've ever been to an IKEA. I may have, like, once, but I've certainly seen, like, some footage from inside an IKEA and such. And I'm aware of their Swedish meatballs, which are quite well renowned or regarded, from what I understand. I just haven't gone shopping for furniture particularly much. I do know that they apparently just came out with a like Lego storage box solution thing. Don't know if it's any good or not, but they came out with it. What I really needed was a bunch of, like, you know those, like, trays for, like, hard... Oh, my webcam appears to have locked up. 1 second. Let me get that working again. There we go. Webcam working again. Yeah, they do a lot of storage solutions. Yeah, so if you've ever been into a hardware store, you know those, like, little drawer things you can get for, like, screws and nails and bolts and nuts and washers and whatever else? That's what I need as a solution for Lego storage. Like, be able to, like, sort them by parts and have a nice little, like, here's the place where I go to get those bright yellowy, like, slightly greenish yellow, long antenna thingies that I like to use for lasers. Laser computer thingies. All sorts of good stuff. Oh, Legos. If I had space, I would so like to build stuff with my Legos again. He was delayed by Marganites, you say? I am sorry, but it is a proven fact that they are a myth. Nice try. At any rate, thank you for bringing back that lazy excuse for a guide. I suppose you can have his pay for today, since he obviously did not earn it. Thank you for your ancient artifact. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I'd be surprised if IKEA didn't have something like that. I wonder... Okay, I'm just going to take a quick moment to... Make haste, purge conditions, and restore condition are all listed under related skills to It's Just a Flesh Wound, which I can't disagree with. Okay, I want to look up list of Nightfall quests. What seems like ones that I've done in the Desolation? A deal's a deal. Oh, okay. It looks like this guy will have some more quest chain stuff. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find an NPC. Okay, yeah, there's a bunch of... You know, I really should have just spent... What? I am sorry. Preceded by Sanctum K. There's a quest out here that requires you to have done Sanctum K. Well, that one's not happening anytime soon. Yeah, okay. It looks like there's some more stuff out here. It looks like I need to go talk to Mirza Veldrunner again. Oh man, there's so many quests. Okay, I've done under new management. I'm definitely going to need to go to the Ruptured Heart. Okay, well, for now, let's go... Speaking of building... Last night you were struck with your next piece of inspiration. You want to make an airsoft gun wall that features all of the H&K SMGs. Okay, cool. So according to the list of Nightfall quests on the wiki, Family Soul is a quest that requires... It's given in the Crystal Overlook and is preceded by Sanctum K. So you have to have Guild Wars prophecies installed on the account. And it requires you to go to the Arid Sea. Okay, this is a heck of a quest. Cool. This is actually a really cool quest that this character cannot do yet. Yeah. It sounds like there might be another quest here that will spawn. At least it seems like it. I'm going to reload this zone. Trying to do all of the quests in Nightfall is a real test of, like, tracking what the heck you're doing. I really should have made a spreadsheet out of all this. Yeah, it requires you to go across the teleporter into the Arid Sea. It sounds like it's a quest that, like, is following up on... and the reason why Sanctum K is required is to get the other thing. Okay, so they're not here anymore. They may have gone elsewhere. Let's just try to do Cold Touch of the Past. See how that goes. There are so many quests out here. I know I've, like, been saying that, but it's just one of those things that just really strikes me. Like, probably the thing that I'm... Like, there's a number of things I think I'm impressed by with Nightfall, but one of the things I'm most impressed by is just the sheer quantity of quests. And not just quests, right? It's quest chains. It's like quests where it's like it follows up on what happened in a previous quest. Or the other thing, too, is I like the way that it links to the previous campaigns. There's the whole bit with Jotaro Musagi. It really feels like Nightfall was made to be, like, the capstone on a trilogy of, like, Prophecies, Factions, Nightfall, and tries to, like, link those things together. I don't know how Utopia would have fit into that, how much it would have felt like as an integrated part of the world. Like, there's definitely stuff like that, too. Like, Brian, the Crichton? I don't know. They talk about trade between factions and Kryta. It would have been cool if they could have, like... This is also unsustainable, but gone back into... Sorry, my brain just, like, thought 2 steps ahead of where I was trying to be. It would have been cool if they had some more, like, something about, like, trade with, like, Kournan or Vabi in Kantha. But they do have Elonian mirrors, so... Or Vabian mirrors or something. And they have references to those areas in Prophecies as well, to both Kantha and Ilona. So it's like, there's some really cool stuff. I think long-term, it actually... Like, if you're to try to do Guild Wars 1 long-term, it may not have been a bad idea to kind of, like, set up campaign runs, where it's like these campaigns are linked, and then this takes place in another area, another part of the mists, and then you like travel through the mists to connect between, and like you need to do stuff with PvP again to move things. Instead of having it on the battle isles, you need to have it be like the heart of the mists. I think that's what they do in Guild Wars 2, actually, now that I think of it. But you'd kind of want to have like a PvP centered in the mists, and then have like different worlds like Tyria that you get to, and then it's like, oh, this area takes place in an entirely different planet that you travel through the mist to be able to link them in order to let players kind of get back and forth. I think you could have done something like that as a model and solved some of the like connective tissue issues, and then have like campaigns being like a block like Magic the Gathering does things. You could have done some interesting stuff with that, and also kind of like done a like profession reset sort of idea. I don't know. I'm thinking and just like spitballing like larger structures. Again, one of the things I think was a difficulty for Guild Wars 1 is that they were approaching it from the position that they were. I think with hindsight knowledge, the way that you'd approach the design of Guild Wars 1 in order to like connect campaigns together would be different. And I think it's really interesting to think about how it could have been different if you're doing that. But like the thing, because like things that are big problems are like how they're trying to link all of the campaigns together. You're eventually going to start having like disconnects, and you're going to start making the world feel fractured. And I think spinning off new worlds to kind of like, okay, we're going to link, we have some ideas for like 3 different like places on this planet. We're going to link them together, but we're not going to worry about trying to connect it to the previous like 3 places, because then you start having things. And like the Sun Spears, like the way that they get from campaign to campaign starts to become a problem. Like there's all sorts of things where like the scope of things starts going further and further away from you, and you need to have some way of managing it and being like, here's a world arc for like a Guild Wars block. And like you splinter off in different areas of the mists in order to be able to like Narvazadali fracture a concept. Like take the mechanics and like split them and then explain what's happening. Narvazad, by the way, is a term that I coined with some people that I worked with at an indie game studio called Vernacular Games. And it's short for narrative, visual, and audio. And it's just meant to kind of like convey the non-mechanical aspects of a game. So talking about like how does the like narrative includes the story as well as like lore and things like that. Audio is audio, and visuals are like the visuals as well as like the aesthetic style, audio style, music style, all that sort of stuff kind of. So it's trying to wrap all of those different sort of disparate elements into like a unified term, a unified concept for like the part of the game that is not just the raw mechanics, because mechanics is a really distinct term for it. It took me like an hour, or it took us a couple of hours of discussion to be able to like fully explain the idea. It's analogous to like when Magic the Gathering talks about flavor, what they mean. But it's a concept that we used there, and it took us quite a while of discussion to be able to kind of come to a common understanding of what I was talking about, because it was one of those things where I had an idea but not a name for it. Poison Outcrops is a really cool zone, by the way. And it's really hard to discuss something when you don't have a term for it. What is this pile of rocks? This feels... I want this to step up and like start hearing the Talus music play. Hoof to the head. How many people are online still for Guild Wars? It depends upon how you want to frame that, but quite a few. Certainly some areas, some stuff is harder to like find people to do things with than others. There are still quite regular like people doing Zaishin missions and stuff, or Zaishin quests is fairly common. High-end PvE, and there are still some very active guilds. You can check out these 2 communities if you are interested in finding communities that are active. And both of them do things. Chat pause due to scroll. No, go all the way down. I don't want you to pause the chat. So it's still like decently active, but it's not the same as it was like in 06 or 07 or whatever. So the way that you're going to be able to interact with things and what you're going to be able to do is going to be different in terms of like what people are doing and stuff like that. Alright, so I'm looking for a Staff of the Mists, apparently. So just to refamiliarize ourselves with this quest, it says travel to the poison outcrops and find the resting place of the Staff of the Mists before Battlelord Turgar discovers it. Servants of the Fallen One wander across the lands in search of some way to free their master. Once my people were many and strong enough to stop them, but now I am one of only a handful who remain. The Margonites draw closer to finding what they seek. If they are not stopped, they will wreak havoc upon this world. One such demon seeks an ancient relic known as the Staff of the Mists. The scepter and its twin, the Scepter of Ore, were created long ago, when this desert was still an ocean. The Staff of the Mists contains great power and allows the wielder to bend the fabric of reality. If the Margonites are allowed to possess the scepter, they will be unstoppable. You must find the scepter before they do at all costs. The Staff of the Mists lies buried beneath an altar in the southern regions of the poisonous Badlands, protected by ancient magic. Oh, internet. It's always annoying when it misbehaves, isn't it? Lahati? What does Lahati collect? I left Trios' side when I realized his folly, but elemental creatures tore me apart soon after. I realize now that it is not for man to know the true power of the gods. I fell from the light and angered Dwayna so that she forbade Grenth from taking me into the mists. Work for the light, Sunspear, and Dwayna will bless you with her mark. Hunt the elementals that destroyed me. You found darkness in life. I'll do what I can to bring you back to the light. So this is interesting. Apparently, Dwayna can just tell people, or tell Grenth that, no, this person just has to be a ghost out in the world. They're not allowed down into the underworld. Presumably, there are parts of the underworld that are pleasant, but all the parts we have seen in the game are not. Lahati, you are also quite human. Oh, okay. Companion to Fumai. My companion, Fumai, and I are hunting Jinn. Well, it's not as bad as you think. Those Jinn are dangerous, and they're disrupting trade. Ilona's already having problems. If the trade routes are shut down, people will starve. You want to help? Okay, I'll share the bounty with you. Bring me 5 Sapphire Jinn essences, and you'll get Motivation Shield, Smiting Prayers, Object, Inspiration Magic, and some 15/50 staves. Here, have this. Nope. No Shield of Absorption for you. According to Steam, there's an average of 50 people playing Guild Wars 1 through Steam at any given time. Of course, a lot more use standalone client or toolbox. Yeah, I use standalone client. What trade route are these two talking about, by the way? So, Lahati and Kumai, or however you're supposed to pronounce his name, are talking about trade routes. What the heck trade routes go through the friggin' Desolation? That seems extremely dangerous, if not entirely impossible. I guess you could go from the Basalt Grotto. Can you? Yeah, there's a route from the Basalt Grotto all the way up to the Poison, or to the Shattered Ravines. And you could probably take that to the Lair of the Forgotten through the Poison Outcrops. I guess you're going to the Crystal Desert, but that area doesn't seem particularly populated, so I don't know. It's a weird statement of trade routes. I don't know what trade routes they are speaking of. It feels like it's just one of those like things. Yeah, trade routes. That's a thing, right? Without really considering how they would work. Boats? Yeah, why didn't we take a boat instead of having to ride in worms? That's just less cool. I don't know what boat they're talking about in this area, though. This area doesn't really have boat Hello, and Andrina Laurel? I hope I pronounced that okay. Welcome for the hi for the lurk. I guess if you don't have sound, you can't actually hear me, though. And you can't tell me whether or not I pronounced your name, okay. I do like the Poison Outcrops, like, very different appearance. The Cold Touch of the Past, updated. As expected. Let's do something about these guys. No sandstorm. I really do not need sandstorm going off on my team. Oh, why do I have that spear equipped? That would make sense if they weren't human. But they're clearly not ghosts. They're clearly humans, so... I don't know. That seems a bit dubious to me. Suddenly, combat music. Why? I have no idea. Well, there's Battlelord Turgar. I'm going to fight this group of undead over here. I just anticipate them collapsing on us. And I want to kind of preempt it. Well, I stopped a Signet of Return, so there's that. Here, Awakened Blade Master, enjoy. Quicksand. No. No quicksand. That's Herta's Sandstorm. Okay, we've gotten another set of dudes over here on the other side. Oh my goodness. Is that 3 Cavaliers? They're just trying to make this awful, aren't they? Okay, good. Good job, Odora. That's what I like to see. Okay, that went better than I was worried about. Yeah, the Crystal Sea was a long time ago. Like, it's not outside the realm of possibility, but when they're human, that seems extremely unlikely. They could be like Magic Malachwire or something, but there's no particular indication of that. Magic Malachwire is pretty mysterious as far as characters go. We don't know how old he is as far as I'm aware. Okay, I'm waiting for the... What do you say? The hammer to hit? The why this is a master quest to hit. Because so far I'm not seeing it. Well of Silence. Well, how about not? Yeah, let's get Battlelord Turgar. Well, he didn't enjoy that, that's for sure. Little Anthem of Guidance. Who are you, Baron? You just appeared. Why has my rest been disturbed? I mean, I don't know. I have the Staff of the Mists now. Power of the Staff of the Mists. Skill. As the magic of the Staff of the Mists runs through your veins, you gain +4 health regeneration. Okay. Whereas you get health or energy regeneration from the Scepter of War. Why have you woken me from my slumber? Who dares to defile the resting place of the Staff of the Mists? It is too late. By disturbing this place, you have unleashed a terrible evil upon the world. That did not feel like a master quest to me. But okay. Long ago, the Staff of the Mists and the Scepter of Ore were given to the great nations of the world as protection. Predictably, those who wielded their power were corrupted. Terrible horrors were unleashed upon the lands once guarded by their benevolent power. The gods themselves were forced to intervene. They struck down both rulers, sealed the scepters within their tombs, and guarded them with powerful magic. With the Staff of the Mists released into the world again, I fear that the forces of evil will not stop until they possess it. Our only choice is to destroy the scepter. You must travel to the Hallowed Point, or the Hallowed Point. Hallowed is like sacred, consecrated, purified, and destroy the scepter. Only then will it be out of the reach of the Marganites. I do not trust anyone else with this deed. I will do it. It's an easy thing. Hollow and hallow are very similar words, and hallow is not commonly used. It's like, but that's why carry the Staff of the Mist to the Hallowed Point. That's why in I wanted to call it Bug Knight, but Hollow Knight, it's Hallow Nest. It's using sort of a different term. Heals your allies for 30 HP every 4 seconds and drains 30 HP from all nearby foes every 4 seconds. So this is actually really strong to drop, is what you're saying. Get me out of this stupid well. So while you're holding it, you get 4 health regen. But when you drop it, it gets... yeah, the dangers of watching the game you're playing. I've had that sort of thing happen before too. If I'm watching the same game I'm playing, then like sound effects from the thing that I'm watching will confuse me where I'm playing. Oh, quicksands. Why you gotta taunt me like that? Yeah, this'll help. A little bit, anyway. Yeah, let's not go fight those guys. Let's just go calmly up the stairs. Unfortunately, I think this area requires quite the walk around. I do like this broken arch. I have a big thing for ruins. I really like the aesthetic of ruins. It's part of why I love Ascalon so much. I want to drop this. Okay, whatever. We can... It doesn't really matter to me which one I'm giving the business to, as it were. And nah, how about no watchful healing? This is a really good counter to cripple. As a random aside. There we go. There's some adrenaline. Allows me to get a nice heal off on everyone. I need to remember to go talk to Mirza again as well. Morganites, the followers of Abaddon, dark magicians tainted by the same madness that infects Avarish. Yes, I know of these things. I once fought them, as you do now. I now bestow the mark of Dwayna's blessing on those willing to take up my cause, the cause of light. Stop the dark fate about to befall this land, the same fate that took me. You sound to remember us both with honor, Ancient One. I will do your task. So that would have been from the first fight against the Morganites in Abaddon, I suppose, when he was cast down by the other gods. That's my assumption. Invoke lightning, you say? Good, good. Yes, very good. We get a bunch of additional Lightbringer points. We get 2 Lightbringer points from these guys. Hey, I heard you want the Staff of the Mists. Let me show it to you. Actually got a healing signet with that. Cool. Oh man, the fragility triggers. The fragility triggers. Okay, we've maybe over-aggroed a little bit, but I don't care. I mean, I care a little bit, but not a ton. Game, please let me do things, game. Thank you. Yeah, no renew life. Thanks. Yeah, Odora, you give them that Visions of Regret. Well, that went pretty well in the end. Except now I need to clear out my inventory, so let's do that. Yeah, I like how reliably you can get steel from steel daggers. 13 piles of dust. What's in this rusted greave? Ooh, another steel ingot. I do need myself steel ingots, so I'm happy to see them, even if it's going to be a while before I can actually get them where I need them to be. Which is, to be clear, on another character. Entirely. More Morganites. Making sure I'm getting enough water in. Like I said yesterday, I definitely did not. Didn't help that it got quite warm in my room because I'd been a fool and left my window open. Because it's cool earlier in the day, to be clear. Not later in the day. Yes, indeed. Things got quite unpleasant. Yes. Set things on fire. Impulses from this Staff of the Mist are quite useful. Here's some more Graven Monoliths. A lot of Graven Monoliths, actually. Yeah, a lot of Crippling Anguish here. We just need to go to the end of this, it looks like. Just fight a lot of Graven Monoliths. And give them the business end of Fragility. Something that I'm really discovering is that Fragility does an awful lot of damage, like, as long as you give a little bit of attention to making it work. You don't need a lot, just a little bit, and it just does so much for you. It really, really does. Like, if you're applying a decent spread of conditions, it does a lot. Well, here's the Hallowed Point. I need to actually pick up the Staff of the Mists. Apparently I missed. I'll accept that pun. I didn't mean it, but intentionally, but I will accept it. Okay. How does this work? I guess it just works. Okay, so I just need to go back to that ghost. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that, Mana Guy. Wooden Potatoes did put out a team build for Fragility recently. There's definitely different ways to try to build Fragility, depending upon like how much you're trying to lean into it. For me, it's like an augment to what I'm doing, and not necessarily like the entire focus of my team. But I'm definitely building around it. Like, I have Apply Poison with no spec, just to get it 3-second duration for a quick turnaround of damage from Fragility, right? I don't have Fever Dreams. I would absolutely run Fever Dreams on this bar and push up some of that angle of things. But yeah, Fragility is... The thing about Fragility is it just adds a lot of additional damage, which is really nice. I was expecting a little bit more ceremony with destroying the... Oh, you throw the Staff of the Mist into the Hallowed Point. Oh, okay. I was expecting a little bit more ceremony with it than we got. This is really pretty. I like this map. I wish a bit more of the Desolation had been this. I don't know. A lot of it's very yellow, and this is very gray, with almost kind of a blue tinge to it, as opposed to like yellowy brownness. So it's a really nice change of pace, but it's also a nice change of pace from the rest of Alone at Large, which tends to veer towards yellow-brown palette for a lot of it. That's part of why I like Easton so much. It's incredibly diverse visually. It wouldn't surprise me if this character gets to Mighty Lightbringer by the time we're done. Okay, Baran, I have done as you requested. What say you? I feel a great burden has been lifted from the world. You were successful. Ah, yes. The Margonites still roam, but at least they will be prevented from using the Staff of the Mists to do their evil. Perhaps now I can rest. Cool. I'm pretty sure there are more quests out here to get, but for now, I just want to go ahead and do the Ruins of Mora mission. Before we actually start it, I'm going to actually go ahead and read Ruins of Mora. So the Ruins of Mora. The grandeur of this ancient Elonian city can still be seen amid its crumbling visage? Visage? I don't know, however you want to pronounce it. Echoes of a noble and grand purpose. Originally established to watch over the mouth of torment. Mora was ever a haunted place. It was abandoned 200 years after its founding, succumbing to the spread of the desert. Recent ruptures from the crater have further destroyed this once majestic city as the realm of torment seeps in through the cracks in reality. I need to do Remains of Sahlahja here at some point as well. I'm not exactly eager to go do it, though. Let's take a second to clear up my inventory. Tunic of Recovery. Dazed and Deep Wound. You know what? I'm going to pull this out. And give it to Dunkoro, I think. Or not. Okay. Maybe I'll give it to Talcora. General Morgan, I'm going to add you back to my party in a second. Talcora. Here. Have this. Okay. General Morgan, get back in here. What else do we have? Some improved sale value. This can be salvaged for parts. There should be a merchant around here somewhere. Over here. Tatao. Excellent. You will receive these. Thank you. Oh, Herta. Her name is Earth, if you just rearrange the letters a little bit. Okay, Wanzel. Wanzel is probably the, like, what's going on NPC. I feel like this is better done than Factions. Factions was extremely, like, we're a video game explaining to you the plot that's happening to you because you don't pay attention because you rush through everything, player. Sort of feel, not condescending the way that sounded, I don't think, but it felt very like, hey, we want to just, like, serve you the plot very straightforward, like, in a way that didn't feel like they were trying to make it diegetic. It didn't feel like it was part of the world, whereas I feel like Nightfall has continued, because, like, Prophecies is like, let's just be a lore dump encyclopedia about this area, and not necessarily super informative about the mission. And so Factions was pushing away from that to try to be more informative about, like, what is the main plot, not world lore, but what's the main plot of what's going on right now, and what do you care about for this mission? But it was doing it in a way that almost felt like a wiki entry or something. And I feel like Nightfall has kind of pushed back from that to something that feels a bit more integrated into the world, but is still, like, focused on telling you what's going on with the story, but not in a way that feels like it's diegetic. It feels like it's part of the world. It doesn't feel like it's out of the world. At least that's been my general impression of these NPCs. Don't know how this guy's going to feel, but anyway, Wanzel says, "You've come far in darkness, Sunspear, far across a burning waste. The darkness, what's that? My mind slips sometimes, but I still have more than enough sense left to answer your questions. Tell me about past events." Varish has crossed the desert and plans to raise Abaddon at the site where the Dark God of Secrets fell to the might of the 5 true gods. You must follow her all the way to the mouth of torment. If you can't stop her, Abaddon will be released on this world, and will surely destroy us all. Now tell me about current events. Varish threatens to open the final rift, and unless she's destroyed, Abaddon will come through, transforming this world. You must kill Varish. There's no other way now. She's in the middle of her final ritual, binding the 3 pieces of Abaddon's armor together to bring the Dark God through the mouth. You must stop her before she completes the ritual. If you can't... Oh, please give me some tips. To defeat Varish, move when she uses her vortex skills during the first half of the fight. Don't try to fight her only in one place. Then, during the second half of the battle, rush the center and try to avoid the outside creatures coming out of the rifts. That's not how I usually approach it. And of course, you can have the NPC replay the mission cinematic. Thank you, Andrina Laurel. Andrina Laurel. Your name is weirdly tongue twister for me. I hope I'm not butchering it too badly. Yeah, let's see how this goes. Captain Mahan. Those blessed by Abaddon feel the chaos sweep over them. The knowledge and the secrets are enough to drive you mad. I've seen its effect manifest in many different ways, yet this madness simply strengthened my resolve to stand by General Morgan during his darkest hours. Andrina Laurel. Okay. Yeah, sometimes all one-word names can be hard to, like, figure out where the spaces are. I don't know why I wanted to call you Adrenal Oral or something. That was weird. For Ilona. You have done well to pierce through Varish's rear vanguard, but that's partly due to luck. She has been in a deep trance, orchestrating a grand convocation with Abaddon, and because of this, she has not struck back with force. However, the Horde of Darkness is a sign that the bounds of the Realm of Torment are now pushing into our own. End this madness once and for all. Once you are ready, I'll help you slip into the crater, hopefully undetected. It feels a little bit like they are, let's see, what do I have? Skill-wise for my heroes. What I'm looking here, just kind of, like, I have a couple of different thoughts going on simultaneously, so I'm just gonna, what I'm looking for right now is, I think it would be prudent to bring some hex removal, and to make sure that I have some solid hex removal on Dunkoro. Probably more important than condition removal. I do have some strong condition removal. I think, like, Divert Hexes has the nice speed option, but I don't think that's important. The ideal skill to bring here is Inspired Hex or Revealed Hex, but I don't have access to those because they're Prophecies and Factions skills. So, because these are, like, all from Nightfall / Core, I don't have those, obviously. I think the best option I have is probably Remove Hex in this case. So I'm just going to swap out Mend Ailment for Remove Hex. Unfortunately, Remove Hex doesn't get a Divine Boon trigger because it's not a Protection or Divine Favor spell. But it's still better than nothing. Varish has some pretty nasty hexes that she'll be using, so hopefully that kind of serves my purpose. And of course I have It's Just a Flesh Rune for conditions for my party, so it's not important for, it's not too important that I have other. It's obviously useful for me anyway. Although I can always bring, this is not a bad idea either. I have Remedy Signet. I don't think I'm going to need Signet every turn, so I'm just going to bring Remedy Signet instead. It is nice to have Signet every turn. I'm able to have a potential good value on this character, though. Right. Well, we are ready. Let's see how this goes. This can be a very difficult mission. I don't know if it will be or not, but it certainly can be. So our goal here is to kill Varish. It starts off with just Prophet Varish and 3 Marganite Clerics. I would like to not be obstructed, please. I like to try to kill off the Marganite Clerics. We'll then go into the next stage, which can be quite rough. Like, once we finish off Varish, obviously. Okay, sure, I don't care, just... it looks like there's some... Varish says, Abaddon reclaims his possessions. Soon his true power will be revealed, and the door to his prison opened. You can see there's, like, that looks like a fractured piece of a weapon or something. There's also Abaddon's mask, and there's a couple of gauntlets around, I think. Yeah, this is going to help damage considerably. Yeah, enchantment collapse. Each time Packer loses an enchantment. Yeah, she has a bunch of, like, powerful skills. But she'll go down. Once she does, I want to make sure... Note that she is counting as a demonic servant of Abaddon as well. So many fragility triggers. All of those 20s coming off of her are fragility triggers. Thank you, Mana Guy. Hopefully I don't need too much luck here. Okay. It's at this point that I like to go all the way to the back here. It's very, very easy to get overwhelmed with torment creatures. Because a lot will be spawning now. Varys says, I have returned! Abaddon's sword has been drawn, and he sends me back to you with tokens of his renewed power. Lightbringer's skill. So the Lightbringer title is rank 1. Lightbringer's gaze is rank 2, and the Signet's rank 3. Mana guy was just asking that in the guild chat, so answering there for those who are wondering who I was speaking to. But you'll get several spawns here of torment creatures. You pick them up in the Chantry of Secrets. It's really easy to miss Lightbringer's Signet because it does require you to go back to go get it later. She must have quicker cooldown on her natural immunity. Natural immunity is a pro and a con against fragility. It makes fragility end a bit more quickly, but it also means you're going to be suffering a heck of a lot more damage from fragility because the hexes on you will be ending more quickly. All we need to do is take down Varys, by the way. There we go.
I am sorry, Varish, both for you and for Ilona.
What now, Morgan? We stopped the ritual. Does it end with Varish's death?
I don't know. Each part of the ritual at Gandhara, at the Temple of Lissa, and now here, was to weaken the walls of Abaddon's prison.
If the walls are weakened too much, could something breach them from the other side? From the realm of torment itself?
I don't know.
You're about to find out.
Everyone, out of the area, now!
Night has fallen on Ilona. The heroes must confront the dark god Abaddon in the realm of torment itself. Well then, that actually went really smoothly. I'm really, really happy with that run. 3 minutes, 47 seconds. Wow. That was worth 105 Lightbringer points. That's actually really good. Welcome to the Realm of Torment. A couple of orders of business. First of all, we've reached a New World region, so that means it's time to add some more skills to my skill pool. So let's add a Nightfall General. Nightfall General. Yeah, I just get one of these. Nightfall General and new region. So let's add one of these. Yep, that's some skills. Let's scroll down, see what we got here. Okay, so the new stuff. Ooh, we got Glimmer of Light. That's nice. Not the most amazing skill, but certainly useful. Soldier's Fury. That could be good for General Morgan. Devastating Hammer, Wounding Strike. That's a nice option to gain access to. This really doesn't matter. Glowstone. That's a good one. That's a good pickup. Let's see. Reclaim Essence is not really that exciting. Whirling Defense is pretty nice. I do like Arcing Shot, actually, reasonably well. And Arcing Conundrum is actually a skill that I think is quite good. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of duplicates of stuff that I already have, so let's just go ahead and standard sort. Yeah, there's a lot of different things that this tool can do. You can always like email the link to yourself, maybe. It is a PC app. Well, program is what I'd say, but you can like generate codexes with it if you want to. And there's a bunch of challenges and stuff too. But you can make sets with the thing over here. And this is the... Somehow you just spammed us. So yeah, there's a bunch of different things this can do. This is the Skill Booster League where you get like copies of skills. So for example, I have one copy of Glimmer of Light, so I could only use that on one of my monks if I brought multiple monks. I have been playing on other days, or the past couple of days. I started a new character after I'd done the Wayfarer Reverie quests, and I've been doing it kind of a similar sort of thing, but not with as many restrictions as I've been doing with the slow playthrough runs. All right, I've been calling them slow playthroughs. They're more like intentional playthroughs that are trying to like look at all of the things. But with 7 heroes, this is a lot more like comes into play a lot more than working with henchmen, because I've been working with a 3 hero limit. But it definitely impacts things, and it's been a lot of fun to work with. So you can save leagues. I'm going to do right now. Okay. I don't know that any of that changes what I'm going to do with builds, though. Yeah, they don't have like reverse hex or anything. I don't even know what campaign reverse hex is from. Deny hexes would have been nice, but again, I'm not sure what campaign that one is from. And Matter of Lightning's not bad, though. Particularly in an area with a lot of Margonites. Okay, well, I'm not necessarily looking to change any build stuff at this exact moment. Do I have any hero skill points? There's a bunch of quests and stuff to do here. Okay, no. There's no real point in doing that. However, there's also a bunch of stuff to do back outside the Mouth of Torment, so I want to go do some stuff out that way for now. For one thing, this takes me to a new outpost here. Do I? Okay, I'm going to go buy some more Sickness of Capture, because I need more Sickness of Capture. That's probably enough. Okay. I also maybe need to sell some things. I don't think there's any NPCs here. Okay, so the big thing I need, or I want to do at the moment, is look up Triskin the Delegator's stuff. Okay, has the powers yours. Is that Lyric of Zeal? That is Lyric of Zeal. I don't really care for Wearying Spear. But the power is yours and Lyric of Zeal. Lyric of Zeal is a skill that I've been wanting for a while, so I'm happy to go capture that. Let's drop these. Grab a couple Signals of Capture. Yeah, and then this guy is just outside, then more northern. This exits. Okay, let's go capture a couple skulls, shall we? So just so people know what's going on here. There's some stuff that I'm doing with this specific playthrough. Yeah, I did stream the Wayfarer's Reverie. Cool. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, I did that last week. Had a lot of fun with it. But yeah, so this playthrough I'm running under some like restrictions and stuff, and it's making it interesting. Let's get this going. The burning from the anthem is quite important here, actually. Just because those things don't get bled or poisons, so General Morgan's bar is somewhat hampered. Actually, they don't get diseased either, so it removes a bunch of the sources of stuff. I actually need to go this way. Turskin is over this direction. Charmamani, I think. That's a collector's name who's a real tough one to pronounce. Wow, okay. Vocal minority, you say? Yeah, that's too many awakened defilers. Okay, there's just too many hexes is what's going on now. They really do quite insist on their vocal minority spam. It's very aggravating trying to be a Paragon in an area with vocal minority spam, but here we are. Maybe I should consider it against certain Paragon enemies. And Koro, why are you bleeding like perpetually? Is Bowmaster doing something to you? I feel like he must be. Turskin up here can be kind of rough, mostly because there's some patrolling groups here that can kind of come in on this group. Ah, you picked yourself up, Lightbringer Gaze, eh? Yeah, it will help against all the Margonites for sure. Defilers are the worst. That's immune to spells. Well, half my bar doesn't do anything. Thank you. Okay, now that I've cleared those out, it's much more comfortable to fight Turskin, the Delegator. He's known for telling other people what they should be doing. The delegates. It's a very interesting title to me. Like, this guy's just known for delegating. Well, I would have liked to have gotten his spear. He has a vampiric spear, but it's not the most important thing. And then the power is yours. It's a nice option to have access to. Now, there is, I think, some quests out here. So I'm going to go take a second to bring up the list of Nightfall quests again. That's Vabi. I need Desolation, please. Thank you. Bunch in the Bone Palace. The Lair of the Forgotten. Yes, I did those. Poisoned Outcrops has Curator Roros again. The Hallowed Point, I did that one. Go Force of Done, Temple of the Monoliths, Under New Management, Tasty Morsel. Okay, so there's like 4 quests here, but it looks like Vanishing Spirits. Okay. So this is to the right. All right. Okay. All right, so it looks like there's a quest over this general direction. I have a lot of Shouts and Chants available to me now. That's kind of nice. You know, until I get Vocal Minority again. This slaps down all my desire to, or all my ability to do anything. Monoliths. I would like to get some effects going here. Oh, they went down quickly. A lot more quickly than I would have thought they would, actually. Here comes a giant stomp. Wow, the power of yours is going to be so much energy. It's always fun when you can run with 2 elites that you can actually use, because like I have enough motivation to work the power of yours, right? And sometimes like you go capture an elite and it's like you can't use it because it's not an attribute that you can do anything with. It's always a lot of fun when you can actually make use of an elite that you've captured. Hamlin the Fallen. I don't know anything about any Hamlin the Fallens. No bounty here. Interesting. It looks like a monk boss. Nah, it's a Signet of Judgment boss for the area. Yeah, I can't use Shouts of Chance because of Vocal Minority. As per usual. My whole bar is like kind of worthless when that's up. And now, is one of the... I think there might be another quest over there as well, so I'm going to have to check that. Wow, I have like, it feels like unlimited energy with this ridiculous build. Like, to be clear, build that you can't just like do either. Yeah, I feel like there's a guy over there somewhere. But for now, the NPC I'm looking for is more this direction. I think, from what I understand. There's also a worm spore that allow me to be able to explore that area, so I think I'm going to. Looks like really parched earth. Like just compacted down and such. Try to get down as much as I can, as quickly as I can, because this game has a habit of stopping me. Cavalier! Well, you're degenning pretty hard, So I don't think you're going to be a problem much longer, and you weren't. Okay, well, let's go to that one area I was just looking at. Worm spore, please. Thank you. Ooh. It's a worm that applies poison for a little bit. You need a kind of bathroom item furniture. Please pick something. I mean, like medicine cabinet? I don't know. What do you have or not have? I mean, there's the obvious of like a toilet. Bathroom item or furniture? They make shower stools. Those are a thing, right? Bath mat? Bathtub and sink is taken. Bath mats can be useful. Oh, there's a buried treasure up here. Maybe that's what I was thinking about. No, there's a person up here, Shaheen. Yeah. Bidet's a good choice. Hello, Captain Shortbus. How are you doing? This is one of those parts where I feel like the most efficient thing I can do is just auto-attack the worm until it dies. Because auto-attacks, for some reason, while in a worm, are armor ignoring. Come on, pop back up. I know you're there. Yeah. Bidet Company's got a huge boost when all of the toilet paper was sold out of stores. Is that a PvP character, or? Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of the Janundu. They were really cool when the game first came out. Well, there you go. There's Jenner. Yeah, I think there's a whole, like, thing out here. Gotta take this thing out. Yeah, I've heard about people doing that, making mercenary heroes just to make, or making PvP characters for the purposes of mercenary hero-age. Well, let's start by checking out our buried treasure here. An ivory bow and a little over 2 platinum. That's nice. Shaheen? Only a few brave souls make the trek to Augury Rock, and many do not finish their journey. These poor souls have long been tormented by failure, but now they will find the peace of the afterlife. Augury Rock will shelter them all. We are getting close to the Crystal Desert, so... Crystal Overlook is the map over here, and it leads up to Crystal Desert here. In fact, I imagine that if they arranged the maps a little bit differently, this probably is like this, like, southwestern. Like, I think the Arid Sea is right here. They just can't show it. It doesn't, like, fit in, per se. So it, but I think that's actually where it's located, if I had to guess. Need to do some examinations to confirm that, but Okay, Milani got warmed up. Always important to make sure everybody's warmed up. Before you go for a trek out in the old sandy areas. Speed ahead a little bit. There's Charon. That's the NPC I need to talk to. Go do that. That thing. Yeah, there is, in the Crystal Overlook. My sweet Polana, I'm afraid she has done something terribly foolish. I told her it was a preposterous notion, but she wouldn't listen to me. Reborn? Bah! We have been quite content with the way things are for a very long time. But she's impressionable, and I fear that even in death, she's fallen in with the wrong sort. She has gone missing, you see, and I can't find her anywhere. Please, will you search the area and help me find her? I do not want to spend eternity without her. I shall not rest until I reacquaint you with your love. Vanishing spirits. Wait, where'd these come from? I really appreciate that they put that teleporter in there too. It helps the world feel more connected. Although you should have to do the Simon Says to activate it, in my opinion. It's just not a Crystal Desert teleporter without doing Simon Says. Well, I can at least make my heroes run faster. I know, right? Sandstorm Crags again. Well, apparently we need to go talk to Jenner over here. Not to be confused with the Jenner who has a horde, by the way. That's spelled differently. This is Jehner. This is Jennur. I don't know why they use almost the identical name in two different places, but not quite. Marganites. Those hideous beasts have no respect for others. If you ask me, I wouldn't mind seeing the lot of them wiped out. Quilana, I have not seen her in some time, but I may know what ill has befallen her by the hand of the Marganites. Their ploy is simple: to convince discontented souls to be reborn through a suspicious ritual that allegedly binds spirits to flesh. In actuality, the Marganites seek to consume the souls of the departed. Quilana should have accepted her fate rather than deny it. She may be lost forever. Well, that was a simple quest. Sure. Enough sieges do take things out. They probably, frankly, didn't make this AoE because all of your characters having access to it and AoEing things is probably ridiculous. Probably could just obliterate entire groups. Like, just absolutely obliterate. I don't know why we need to talk to him. But whatever. I'm not going to worry about it too much. It's a quest, and sometimes it's just like, okay, this is the most straightforward way of doing this, and worrying overly much about it is just complicating everything. Okay, Charon. I have some bad news. This is terrible! My dear, sweet Quilana! Thank you for delivering this news, no matter how grim. There is more to do. I only hope my wife is not gone forever. What this Marganite scum is doing is reprehensible. We must act if we are to spare other spirits the same fate as my poor Quilana. Here is the plan. I will set a trap for the filthy beast. Once it is snared, you will spring into action. Follow me to the attack location, and we'll we'll get started. Remember not to pounce until I give the code word. I'll work the word cat into our banter, and that will be the signal. So remember, when I say cat, you do the killing. You are with me, right? Of course I'm with you. Where do we need to go? South. Quest updated. Journey with Charon to find Rebirther Giraffe, the Margonite Soul Eater. Wait in hiding until you hear the signal. The code word is cat. Using himself as bait, obviously. Well then. Souls are a really weird thing in this game. Like, it's clear that they have some sort of, like, energy about them. They can somehow be expended, but they don't have to be? That's very weird, is what I'm saying. Because, like, there's the soul batteries and prophecies. And, like, people can be ghosts, and then they can go to the underworld, but they can also be, like, dissolved or something? Is that, like, death? Or do they, like, how does that work? I'm saying there's a lot of unanswered questions here. They don't necessarily need to be answered, but there's a lot of unanswered questions. This is a portal to the Shattered Ravines. Remember, don't attack him until I give the code word, or you'll chase him off. Hello there, sir. I am so glad you could make it. I understand you provide a rebirthing service, which I am very much interested in. Correct. It is a short procedure. Hold still and you won't feel a thing. Wonderful. I suppose we should get started then. For you see, I do so miss my cat. I said, I miss my cat. My cat. You see, I miss it because, well, it's my cat. Are you hard of hearing? Cat. My wife and I met on our journey to the Crystal Desert. We were wed mere days before our untimely demise, though even in death, we are together. Hey, Quilana, you seem less than dead. Don't mind General Morgan, he just wants to eat this, whatever. It's fitting. Thank you so much for freeing me from the belly of that accursed beast. I was such a fool to think that he could grant us a second chance at life. It's not that I'm unhappy. I just wish Charon and I had lived together longer before we met our untimely end. Now I realize that I should be thankful for what I have. I certainly didn't think I'd be on the menu in the afterlife. Indeed, man, guy, indeed. Screaming cat. Well then. There's another quest out here from what I saw. Pilgrimage from Ganji. Okay. Looks like Jenner has a follow-up quest as well. Where's Ganji? Oh. Okay, he's south. Very south. Yeah, the worm stuff is in my opinion the worst part of Nightfall. They're just really boring because it's the same skill bar. Like, it's really fun the first, like I said, when they came out, worms were really cool. But it has been 14 years approximately since Nightfall came out. And at this point they have gone a bit thin. Oh, yeah, for sure. the tunneling noise, I guess you could call it. Yeah. Okay, well, let's go check in with Jenner. It's over this way. Like, they're powerful. They're undeniably powerful, which is kind of why I'm chilling in them. It's not like we'd move faster outside of the worms. I can use Jinundu Tunnel, which is a 66% move speed buff, which is like the highest in the game. So I can just use this kind of like semi-regularly as well. Now that I'm in the Desolation, if I had access to my bank, I could get Heroic Refrain, but that's not happening right now. Yeah, you can see how far I've outpaced these guys, although if I tell them to use it, they'll catch up. Like I said, the worms are cool. At first, it's just after enough time, it starts to become a little like, okay, but could we do anything different out here, please? That's kind of where it lands for me. But my enjoyment of the game is the build system, and the worms take that away. So when the novelty kind of wears off, it's just like, but I want to be able to do what I want to do. Anyway, Jenner here says, one would think that in death, all of life's problems would be solved. Well, at least we don't have to pay taxes. We have decided to band together and eliminate the soul-devouring Marganite threat once and for all. We're headed for the poisoned outcrops to root them out. Will you join us? The only good Marganite is a dead Marganite. Yeah, the Vanquish is... Yeah. I can absolutely understand that. The Vanquish is... Mana Guy said the Vanquish is killed it for him. Because... I'm assuming him, but killed it for them. Because the... you just spend so much time in the worms at that point. It gets to be a lot of being in worm. There, like I said, there's another quest to the south. Would it be substantially quicker to go in here, or to go to the Mouth of Torment out that way and then down? Maybe. It would certainly be beneficial to have fallback and incoming to speed up our movement, and also to help counteract Milani's weapon. These may be part of the quest. That's down this way. Suppose I'll find out. Uncovering a bunch of map here, though. That's nice. A lot of questing out in these areas. All right. Be warned. Do not choose my path. Keep loyalty alive, Sunspear. But what was your path, though? More bleached bones out here. Yeah, with NPCs that are spawning and then despawning. Having a lack of useful bounties is not great. Look, there's not a whole lot I can do for all y'all. Just stop attacking through clumsiness, maybe? I know that's difficult. They are very, very fond of clumsiness. And using arguably entirely too much of it. I'd like to help you, Melania. I really would, but I got Sign of Humility, and therefore I cannot. There we go. That's the problem when your only condition removal is a elite. And the enemy likes their Sign of Humility. That's a lot of Marganite gear. 2 masks and a robes. All right. This way, I think. Yeah, I think I'm going to be interacting with the bleached bones with this one. If I had to guess. Yeah. See, I don't mind that, though. Because I can still at least do my thing. Yeah, there comes a Sign of Humility. There goes my anti-condition skill. Couldn't be bothered, eh? Couldn't be bothered to give me the thing that I would want here. Ooh, some iron ingots from that scrap check. A bolt of linen. Really? Wood from that weapon? I don't know why some swords give you, like, weird materials. Tribal blades tend to give you granite. And, that Alonian blade just gave me some wood for some random reason. Yes. Scavenger's Focus. Not entirely what I would consider a good skill. I was expecting these guys to inflict a bit more, like, condition than they have. Okay, so it sounds like there should be some guy out here that wanted to do a pilgrimage or something. Maybe I'm in the wrong spot. No, it's Ganji right over there. Yeah, okay, cool. Just a lot closer to the portal than I realized. I don't know how you're not Sunspear Castellan by this point. I guess if you're not being as thorough as I have been, you wouldn't have as many Lightbringer points, or Sunspear points. We left on a pilgrimage in the hopes of reaching Augury Rock to witness the Ascension grounds with our own eyes, but the elements proved too much for us to withstand. Every one of us succumbed along the way. Even in death, we strive to complete our journey. Until we reach our destination, we will never rest. Please, reunite our caravan and lead the way so that we may complete our final walk. Come with me. It is time you finished your final walk. Perhaps you should consider buying a map. Well, maps are useful. I have 9 ancient artifacts now. I can trade them for supplies, but I also have Kournan coins I can trade for supplies, so... Gonna be some more of that walking. Just walking. Why is there a worm spore here? It's not like there's a good reason for it. There's no sulfur immediately connected to this area that I can see. And it's surrounded by rocky terrain. Wind Riders are a torment. Bleached bones. Hello, Crom. I can still hear the shrill cries of that moment when a hideous beast first attacked our line. It was right here that it happened. We had evaded it for many days, but with all the rumbling beneath us, we all knew it was inevitable. The storms kicked up something fierce. Blinded by biting wind and searing sand, we had little chance. It was so sudden, I barely had time to feel the pain. In an instant, the world turned black, and I was inside the belly of the beast. At least the others made it further than me. Here's where my last steps were made. My last breaths were taken. In answer to your question, Managai, have I done the Centaur side quest chain? I have done up to the point where you had to defend their area from an attack by an extraordinarily large quantity of Margonites. I have not... I believe Mirza has another quest for me yet. I have not done that. I need to go back and grab it. Let's focus on stuff out here for the time being. But I intend to head over that way and snag it soon. Yeah, it's just so many. So many Marganites. These bleached bones have no stories to tell, except for the ones the ghosts that pop up near them say. Allura. Yeah, it's a rough one. It was here that the dunes all began to look the same. We wandered in circles for what felt like days. Our rations ran dry. With little food and no water, the desert consumed us after scorching our skin. That sounds miserable. That sounds positively miserable. Yeah, I don't blame you for struggling with that Centaur one, where you have to fight the Marganites. I struggled with that one too, quite a bit. We got through it eventually because we had enough damage that we were able to like I can't tell you how many death runs it took, but it took quite a few, because you don't actually have to keep any of the Centaurs alive. But I just remember like going in and like, okay, we have enough damage to whittle away like another couple of Marganites, and then another couple, and then more spawn. We had just had to keep going and going and going. It was rough. I'd heard that the path was easy to follow, but who knew that the landmarks would be so obscure? I was told that you could see Augury Rock from across the deserts, but the heat masked our visibility. We got turned around, and then the dunes all began to look the same. Ganji says, I remember when crossing the desert was a warrior's a mark of accomplishment. My pride sent me out with only enough food and water to last one day. The journey took 3. My travel left my lips burnt, my eyes longing for something beyond the next dune. My pride died in the hungry wind, my body too. Now I am nothing more than this sand. I no longer desire to make the trip to the dunes, but strive to help others succeed where I once failed. And what about you, Crom? I had high hopes we'd make this journey with minimal loss. Amazing how a few sandstorms and rampaging creatures can change your plans. Indeed. Everybody who's ever fought a Garchomp in the sand knows exactly what you're talking about. Or an Excadrill. Ah, yes. Nothing like fighting an Excadrill. In a sandstorm. With Swords Dance and a Sand Rush. Glad I accidentally clicked on one of the ghosts and discovered that they also have dialogue. Once they've, like, joined your traveling group, I guess? Gandara. So hot. My lips burned and skin cracked. The pain was excruciating. I did not realize my little girl had left my side. I looked down and saw she was missing, so I broke from the line to look for her. The sandstorm quickly covered her small tracks. It was through sheer luck that I found her hiding behind a rock. Our reunion was bittersweet. Though we were together, we were alone. We never found the caravan and died the next day. Well, that's rough, Shandara. Excadrill is pretty strong. It only took a moment for things to turn bad. My daughter wandered outside her caravan. By the time I found her, the others were too far ahead, their tracks covered by sand and wind. Oh my. Reunite the spirits with Shaheen to complete their pilgrimage. Most excellent, then. Yeah. Let's see, was Excadrill introduced in Gen 5 or 6? No. That doesn't actually surprise me. I haven't done any real competitive battling since like Gen 5, maybe. More like Gen 4. Back in college, we had a Pokemon club where we did a lot of competitive stuff with Pokemon Battle Revolution, or PBR, as we refer to it as. That's by its initials there. And it was a lot of fun. We had a great time with it. It was a fantastic spectator sport. People cheered. People were like, what? Leech Seed has 95% accuracy? Why is it missing all the time? I thought it was like 60. Oh, wow. That is incredible. Yeah, outside of just like the box legends or whatever. Wow, that's incredible. Because yeah, they didn't touch anything. We certainly, like, I think we primarily use like Smogon's ban list or whatever. Like, this is of course like a decade ago plus. The ban of the top 10 used. Did that hit like Scissor as well? I don't know what OU sort of areas are. Well, official things. Yeah, Excadrill would have been big time used, probably with the Powdon is my guess, because you need sand, right? Scissor, really? Yeah, I've not been paying attention to what competitive Pokemon meta looks like, so I wouldn't actually know. I remember stuff from back in the day, but 4v4 doubles and 3v3 singles, you think? That could be. That definitely impacts stuff. I mean, I know Explosion got nerfed. It used to half defense, and now it doesn't. Yeah. Well, what we did in college is we had a league that we ran where people would draft the Pokemon that they could use for their teams. So, like, you know, if you were going first, maybe you'd pick like Metagross, and then somebody would pick Salamence. All right, and so like you'd go through going back and forth doing a draft of like which mons you'd have for your team. You draft 10 so that way you could have like a sideboard you could substitute. It was a lot of fun, and like I said, we'd play on Pokemon Battle Revolution up on the big screen, up on a projector. Everybody watched and got involved in the matches. Both enjoyed and got tired of Earthquake tears open the ground, that sort of thing. But Gen 5 began the slow decline of that because people wanted to play Gen 5, but we didn't have a big screen solution for it, and it stopped being a spectator sport, and it just eventually kind of just died. But it was a lot of fun back in the day, and I miss it in its own sort of way. A lot of details with like figuring out your EVs and like so many like little pieces of paper with like check marks on them, just counting EVs for training. That was a long time ago. Okay, Shaheen. You are the same Imrahil Argentum that I have heard about through the winds, are you not? Gathering these lost souls so they might continue their journey to the point of ascension is a very noble deed, and I thank you for the kind gesture. Please, accept this small token as my thanks for releasing my dear friends from torment and sending us back on our journey to Augury Rock. Perhaps we shall see you again someday, if you ever choose to journey to that sacred place. Oh, and they vanished. Only a few brave souls make the trek to Augury Rock, and many do not finish their journey. I think I read this already. These poor souls have long been tormented by failure, but now they will find the peace of the afterlife. Augury Rock will shelter them all. Yeah, okay, so that was the same sort of thing. Any other things going on immediately out here? So apparently, after you complete this quest, you can actually find them in Skyward Reach in the Crystal Desert. So that's really cool. So we might see that on this guy. Again, it's those ties that are so cool, and I really love them. Okay, I think that covers these. Because then there's the growing threat quest, but that requires me to go elsewhere. It looks like the Shattered Ravines has a few quests that I need to do. Because... Okay, but that requires... Okay, I need to look up how this quest chain works. Okay, where do I get this one? Yeah, but where... Oh, okay, that's... that makes sense now. Okay, time to fix my bar, I guess. Going to the Lair of the Forgotten. I actually think I'm going to take a short break here. I have been much better about keeping hydrated today, and that has consequences. So I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Just set myself to dancing here. Gonna run an ad break. BRB. Okay, I have returned. And I need to go up to the Shattered Ravines. Growing threat. Yes. Oh, yeah, but my skill bar is in shambles. No, I like having... Okay, let's just kind of rearrange things a little bit here. Cry of Pain is nice to have. I want Remedy Signet, because it lets me get rid of stuff. That's a lot of bones. That's an impressive number of bones. Okay, it's just a flesh wound. I don't know why I just typed it in there when you probably heard me say it, but whatever. Let's go do some more quests. Sounds like there's a few more quests out here to do with another thing as well. There's a lot more quests out here than I realized. But I feel like that's been a generally true statement about this game, just in general. Yeah, they're all the way over there. go from the Ruptured Heart over to there. It makes sense. It'll stand your ground. These things are so fragile. I can barely, like, place fragility on them. Okay, you know what? I'm going to swap those, maybe? That doesn't feel good. I want it... I like that there. Yeah, maybe that'll work. I don't know. Doesn't feel 100% ideal. Okay, so I think there's a quest or something out this direction. I'm going to poke my nose over this way. Because I got the impression that that weird rock pile I saw earlier is related to that guy who wanted a guide. Roras or something like that. However you want to try to pronounce his name. Okay, well that came out a little bit late, but whatever. Excuse me. Yeah, there's the curator. You seem a little surrounded, curator. Maybe I want a different skill than Conjure or Phantasm. That actually doesn't seem unlikely. It's not great. Conjure Phantasm. Oh my goodness. What I need is a skill that just lets me remove hexes for myself. There we go. The other thing that actually that's advantageous about it's just a flesh wound is that the increased move speed is actually quite valuable. Okay, there's the Cavalier. And we got some Blade Masters, which I would like to fragility up, please. Thank you. Okay, now Fondals. That's a heck of a name. What do you fondle, Spiteful? Right then, that mess is cleaned up. Let's go speak with our curator friend. You seem considerably more alone this time, Curator Ruras. Imrahil Argentum, you seem like someone who gets around, and since my previous guide is incompetent, perhaps you could help me. I am looking for rare artifacts, perhaps something that would prove this arid place was once a deep sea. I have serious backing from my investors in Rin. I have bad news about your investors in Rin. So I shall make it worth the effort. Will you lend your assistance? Digging the dirt sounds adventurous. Who knows, in 1,000 years, even you may be worth something. A new guide. This place stinks worse than a pile of Grawl droppings. It reeks of sulfur, and its people haven't an inkling of respect. As soon as I locate just a few more artifacts for my museum, I shall leave this dreadful place and return to Rin. Rin is in Ascalon and is quite a bit due north. Probably quite specifically due north, now that I think about it. What did this ivory bow have? Ooh. That's a pretty reasonable bow. I mean, it's a horn bow, so it's slow. 14 over 50 is not perfect, and neither is health plus 29, but they're very close. 1 point on those doesn't really matter that much most of the time. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I'll set it over to the side for the moment. I do want to go find that Marganite Mask trader again, because I think he might have something I want. I really love the atmospherics here. It's a really great zone. And the variety it provides is really nice. I do wish it had another outpost or something just to allow you to be able to kind of approach it from different directions. This is like a subtle thing, but traveling through a space in the opposite direction feels very different. So anything that kind of like can encourage you to travel through a space in multiple directions is quite beneficial. It's something that Dark Souls 1 does a really good job at, as is it like particularly in the first, I don't know, half of the game roughly. You're encouraged to kind of like travel multiple directions through places. And that lends things a very different feel. Come on, Curator. I found you this giant pile of rocks. Notice that they scale up the selection thing. This was clearly a smaller asset. I think that they made big, maybe? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what makes the thing scale up, but it is very large. Fossilized shellfish acquired. Is that like a inventory thing? Oh, it is. That's a really cool icon. I don't think I've seen that anywhere else. Or I could be not on fire. That sounds like a good option too. Ooh, 33 piles of glittering dust. Now that's a nice drop. Hey, Curator, I have this, like, some shellfish. Ah, yes, this should do quite well. I would be happy to give you your reward now, but after my previous problems, I have learned my lesson. I shall not pay you until you have finished your work. Help me get to the Lair of the Forgotten, and you shall have your pay. Well, that's not difficult. Lair of the Forgotten's just over here. Around the bend. You are a bit slow, though, Curator. I don't know if anybody's told you this before. But, you are a touch slow. Alright, well, here is the Lair of the Forgotten. A perfectly reasonable place. As far as things go. Seven fruitcakes and a preserved red ice flower. Rude. You talking about the Curator? Thank you for your assistance. It is such a relief to work with someone competent after being surrounded by fools for so long. If you can believe this, some of them had the audacity to suggest we all were dead. Ha! Do I look like a ghost to you? Anyhow, here is the reward that was promised you. Yes? Yes, you do. You do look like a ghost to me. Something smells tasty. Oh, yeah. You know what would be good? Oh, I could bring Hexbreaker. Or Shatter Hex. Maybe Shatter Hex would be better. Then I could remove hexes for myself. That would be nice. What I'm trying to decide right now is, yeah, I haven't really done much out here, so let's just go ahead and go back. Kane should be around somewhere as well. He's not amused. How is this organized? Alphabetically? Yeah. Okay, enter the Shattered Ravines. Okay, that should be pretty straightforward. I'm going to put a few points in Domination Magic and bring Shatter Hex. It's not particularly powerful, but I want the ability to be able to remove Vocal Minority from myself, so that's kind of the option that I've got. I'm going to go ahead and dump it at the end, though. It's not a frequently used skill, shall we say. But I've been finding that Vocal Minority has been rather debilitating, and I'd like to avoid it. Very much, in fact. I was looking at the map here just to see, like, does this connect up in a convenient place to potentially go around that way? Or if I'm better off just fighting my way through there to get to that. I'm probably just better off with that one. Do I have Avatar of Dwayna for Milani? Lissa, I do. Avatar of Dwayna only removes hexes from yourself, so it doesn't help the situation. It is an AoE heal. Hello, Kane. Ah, get away from me. Oh, you're the people from earlier. Phew. Perhaps you could help me out again. Not long ago, Margonites arrived to patrol these broken lands for any who would follow them here. Margonites arrived to patrol these broken lands for any who would follow them here. Now they've turned their focus on those of us who were here and tried to claim our souls. These evil creatures must be destroyed. Will you help me extract my revenge? I'll teach those Margonites a lesson. Yeah, for a long time, I don't know if you've made the same mistake I did. For a long time, I thought the... destroying Margonite Scouts. It's destroyed 0 of 30 Margonite Scouts. For a long time, I thought it removed hexes from your party, and it does not. It's just from the user when they use a Dervish attack skill, specifically. Nevertheless, I have found it to be quite useful. But it is not a way to solve the issue, unfortunately. Although, frankly, Shatter Hex is a pretty good solution. Well, I guess we just kind of go and find Margonite Scouts and kill them. There's a bunch down there. Looks like we'll definitely need worms for this. I'm gonna wait a moment for my party to all be here. I generally actually find that I definitely like Avatar of Dwayna in certain situations. I've come to really favor the Avatar of Lissa just because of the way that it speeds up recharge times. Because it has the recharge of Dervish enchantments, which is actually really strong and quite useful. We are specifically looking for Margonite Scouts that should be added, not just any old Margonites, but the ones labeled Scout. Getting all of those, like, you completed the quest pings is fun. That's 4 of them destroyed. It's 5 of them destroyed. Apparently, Kane just tells us how many we've killed repeatedly. Has an obsession, that one. Don't blame him. Argonauts are a bit jerks. Ooh. Multiple blinding breaths. Excellent. Yes, most excellent. Let's see, today's Wednesday. Just trying to keep track of my days of the week. It's easy to get turned around mentally. Ah, there's more Margonite scouts over this way, so let's go this direction. I prefer to target sandstorm crags with Unundu Siege. There we go. That went down pretty quickly. Once that's done. Much. There we go. Unfortunately, he's not trying to take revenge on sandstorm crags. I might. Oh yeah, this skill does heal me. I should use it. Yeah, there's a bunch more Margonite scouts up here. Kind of assuming all of them are in visual range of each other. I could be wrong on that. Niken. That sounds like a camera. Spelled differently, of course, with the camera. That's 12, 13. It's keeping a running count over there. 14, 15. Come on, you can do better than that. That's halfway there, though. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking he's saying. Alright, now give me these gold coins, and it's time to take out some more Margonite scouts. I did damage to the guy, but he got out of the range of my knockdown. 16! 17 destroyed! 18 destroyed! Let's destroy these guys. That's my little joke. I often find revenge is a sweet dish indeed, he says. Now, I often find myself typoing destroy as destory. I'm like, wait, that's not a word. Five iron ingots. Wow, I have 300 iron ingots on this character. 301 specifically. Where are the rest of these Margonite scouts? I was expecting to see them. No, I don't know where they would lurk, though. Wait. Is Niken? Niken might be the mask collector. Okay, yeah, it looks like it is kind of continuing on this direction. Whoops, that's Miken, not Niken. Yeah. Once Margonite masks. Okay. I can get a spear off of him. That would actually be good. It would be a 15 over 50 spear, which I already have. But I can get because I have a 15 over 50 spear here, right? But I can get one for the general. I'm gonna go that way after I take out these Margonite scouts. I have 10 left, but we're almost done with this. And then I don't have a reason to hang on to. I don't think. Does anybody else want Margonite masks? There is somebody else who wants them that gets scythes. Oh, and motivation shields, but that's not particularly great. Okay, I need to pay attention to this battle or something, maybe. I don't really need a scythe, though. It's useful, don't get me wrong. But, like, I already have... Why did I lose three energy for that? I already have, You'll buy the excess. I mean, you're welcome to them. Like I said, I'm happy to get a spear for General Morgan. I think it would be better than what he's got right now, because right now he has a not max spear. She's fine. Milani? Odora. Why do y'all have to be out of worms like that? It's extremely inconvenient. Well, whatever. I'm not turning back now. Y'all are just gonna have to lie there in the sulfurous haze. I don't know how they ended up outside of the worms. I certainly didn't tell them to. I don't think. I must have accidentally hit some geometry that knocked him out. Or something. Okay, well, this is the last group of scouts. 26, 27, 28. $29. And here's the last scout. We have crushed enough of these creatures to satisfy me for now. They will never forget the name of Cain the Destroyer. Ooh, hearing their screams of terror was quite satisfying. Let's hope whoever sent these creatures here will think twice about doing so in the future. Indeed. Indeed. Let's go get that spear I was talking about. What do you want Marganite masks for? Just curious. Are you outfitting a bunch of heroes? The about that misses is quite distressing, if you ask me. Spears. Gotcha. Oh, wow. That's a lot of spears. Ooh, this is gonna be fun. Nyom. Imagine if you could run this fast all the time. Okay, let's grab a spear, in fact. So I got the shield for Koss. The rest of this caster stuff is not particularly exciting. But I will take a Sun-Touch Spear. Or General Morgan. I'm going to give it to him after I have customized it, though. Speaking of which, let's go down to... okay, let me think about directions here. Let's just go to Kodesh Bazaar, customize it, deal with stuff there. Then I'll go to Mirza. Because Mirza, I think, has another quest for me, if I'm not mistaken. I might be. What rune did I get here? Minor Healing Prayers, huh? I don't think I need that. Customized Sun-Touch Spear. General Morgan, you don't need this. You instead get this. Your shield's adequate. What do you even craft here? Oh, you craft enchanted stuff. That's kind of nice. It can be used for enchanted stuff. 15, yeah, well enchanted. Okay. You know, so if you want a fire wand that deals plus damage plus 15% while enchanted, it's for your conjure wanding. This is where you'd craft it, I guess? I generally wouldn't, but... Alright, Dunkor already has healing prayer stuff sorted. I imagine Talcora does as well. I'm just gonna go check her. Yeah. So I wouldn't need that except for like Ogden. Who do I have here? There's General Morgan. I don't think Herald or Minor Healing is that valuable. Herald has a little bit of value. Probably, yeah, probably for all of the Kaolai Necromancers. It's pretty good. Minor Healing. Yeah, Minor Healing doesn't have any special value. This is better off just merchanting this. Minor Prot has some, and Minor Divine Favor. I think people go Soup Healing a lot, so I had to speculate. There we go. How's my salvage kit doing? Okay, both of those kits are doing just fine. General Morgan popped back up here because people like being able to see that. I don't blame them. Okay, let's go talk to Mirza Veldrunner. So I think Mirza has another quest for me. This wandering priest is not going to say anything of value. I'd rather not fight those things if I don't have to, but I might be pushed into it a little bit. Maybe not. Yeah, this is definitely one of the things that makes Nightfall take a bit longer. Just running 2 quest NPCs can take a while because of where they position them. This is not like really compelling gameplay at the moment. It's just me wandering through the wilds of Kournan, making my way to an NPC. Okay, whatever. I'll just reserve that for myself, I guess. Don't need to expend Shattered Hex charges. Or the energy for Shattered Hex, I should say. When things are the way they are. By which I mean the NPCs are taking care of it just fine. Yeah, Mirza Veldrunner has another quest for me, indeed. Oh, boy. There are so many quests, everyone. Doing them all is a real challenge. Even, like, ignoring the fact that there's some mutual exclusives and things like that. Imrahil Argentum, it is good to see you again. Have you ever been caught in the shadow of a grey giant? It's a frightening place to be, but one my people are familiar with. For many years, we hunted the beasts for their tusks. Well, the practice is barbaric if you want, but our society depends on these sturdy trophies to craft all manner of items, from weapons to household items. You couldn't just pick a different word from items to, like, household goods or something. Or all manner of things from weapons to household items. Whatever. It's like a little, like, try not to repeat words if you can sort of thing, and that just stood out to me. It's not a huge deal. Perhaps we have been overzealous in our quest for tusks, as the giants have left the area and sought refuge from our spears deep in the desolation. We cannot tolerate the noxious air there, but you can. I'll pay you to retrieve 3 gray giant tusks. How about it? Sure, I like killing stuff. I'm morally opposed to this. Find someone else. 2.5k experience, 200 gold, and an ancient artifact. Last of the breed. The centaurs need more gray giant tusks. Collect 3 before returning to the village. Well, this is extremely similar to this one. Just, like, collect the collectibles. It's not super compelling to me. But here we are. Okay, well, let's go back to the Lair of the Forgotten. And go see about helping these ghosts with their Marganite problem. When I started today, I did not expect basically the entire stream to be doing quests in the Desolation area, and yet here we are. It's undeniably what has happened. Verish Asa, the name holds evil in every syllable. Every one, eh? Asa holds evil? But it's the association. What they're associated with. This is a Crichton-based ghost. No, traveler, do not walk that path. Palawa Joko is a kinder master than the Realm of Torment. You're a bit terrified because you're on the same path. Oh yeah, I'm trying to do all of the quests here in Nightfall. Yeah, there's an awful lot of them. I wish you a great deal of luck with Protect the Learned. Like I said, I'm not doing that until I'm done with the restrictions of the challenge, because I need, like, power. Frankly, it is difficult. It is extremely difficult. Get out of here, Quickening Zephyr. Shadow of Fear. Hello, Bozier. Bozia? I don't know. How do you pronounce your name? I don't have it, like, automatically say stuff. Kind of assume if people are curious, they can just ask me about it directly. I know some people do have, like, automatic messages, and I probably should set some up. Reminders to, like, follow the channel, for example. By the way, you should follow the channel if you're enjoying it. So that way you can get notified when I go live and stuff. I also have a Discord where I've been letting people know when I go live. Seems to be a lot more effective than the notifications at the Twitch notifications at making sure people are aware of the fact. Yeah, I do need to look at channeled points. Hey, thank you for the follow. That doesn't necessarily automatically let you post stuff, though, to be clear. Here, let me. Yeah, Mubot just nuked him. Let me see if I can see what the... Oh. How to pronounce... Yeah, sorry about that. Mubot was like, no, don't post random links to things I've never heard. How to pronounce... Yeah, I've never heard of howtopronounce.com. Yeah. Does it use like international phonetic alphabet stuff, or is that where you can like specify to it how your name's pronounced or how things are pronounced, or is it just like a database of like recordings? Yeah, unfortunately, people like to spam weird stuff. So, I found another Marganite mask. Okay. I'll have to take a look at it after the stream. Okay, Ruby Jin, you are the focus of my ire at the moment. Because you do Searing Flames, and I'd really rather you didn't. A lot of setting things on fire here. It does tend to happen quite a bit. Nope. Oh, okay. I guess we're fighting these guys. This is why I have... Okay, Cavalier. Cavaliers tend to be a high priority target for me. I just did those in the wrong order as well. Which is not ideal, but here we are. Acolyte, please. You don't need Blessed Signet. Okay, now I can go after the Thought Leech. Yes. Akira the Prismatic. Don't really care about that boss. There's other places to capture an elite that I don't care about. That you have to fight because you can capture it in Gate of Pain. Does this Ghostly Priest finally give me a Marganite bounty? I could really go for one of those right about now. Yes. Yes, indeed. Excellent. Where is my Lightbringer? Okay, so I need about 500 more points, a little over. If you're doing all the questing, you really get a lot of Lightbringer points. Yeah. Look at those 20s. Highly effective. Fragility has been a lot of fun. I've been enjoying it. I might change up what I'm doing when I get down to the Realm of Torment, though. Just do something different, because I have been doing a lot of it. It's like been the mainstay of what this character does. Okay, Cavaliers. Again, Cavaliers are a high priority target. For those who don't know, they have We Shall Return and Signet of Return, both resurrection skills. I'd really rather than not resurrect anybody. Their AI is more difficult on hard mode, where they use We Shall Return more aggressively, I think, maybe? I don't know. I'd have to check that, but it definitely feels like they're not using it as much as they were when I was vanquishing. It felt like when I was vanquishing, they were like, yeah, We Shall Return is the skill you use all the time, right? Okay, I think the Marganite Bowmasters use barbed arrows, if I'm not mistaken. Which is why there's so much weeding getting thrown around my team. Although giving Dunkoros a speed boost there is helpful. And then this will lead to... Yeah, I tell your Paragon hero to use We Shall Return. Yeah, they do try to cover the entire team. They're not necessarily the brightest about using it. I've definitely run into that sort of thing on occasion. I feel like they do a pretty good job of it, but not perfect by any stretch. Yeah, 8 minutes to get over here. It adds up. Not too bad, though. I'll help you teach those Margonites a lesson. So wait, are these supposed to be Charon and Koala? Whatever her name was? I'm not sure. Margonites. Those hideous beasts have no respect for others. If you ask me, I wouldn't mind seeing the lot of them wiped out. Let's get moving. Those Margonites aren't going to just give up without a fight. I agree. They won't. Destroy the soul-eating Margonites. You have 5 of 5 groups remaining. This is a weird tree thing. I feel like I've seen this asset somewhere else. Less here. More somewhere. Where was it? Didn't the Margonites used to be not evil and Abaddon was not evil? Yeah, they were just a group of people. Corrupted by Abaddon. Like, they built some of the... They were like sailors and stuff, and they built boat structures in the Crystal Desert area. So if you go to... if you go to Thirsty River, I think it's either Thirsty River or Dunes of Despair, but I think it's Thirsty River. They'll actually tell you, like, oh, the reason why all these things look like boats is they were the Margonites' boats. And they became, like, demonic later on when they helped the god that they most revered rebel against the other gods. At least that's what I recall of the story. Okay, just a couple more over here, and then, yeah, there's some more of the Margonite Soul Eaters over there. What the heck is this conflict going on over there? Whoop. Game, please don't do that. It's very unnerving. Hello. Do you see what we've got here? No, they're just the... They're just what they are. You are correct. The other gods are not strictly good either, per se. Well, I'm going to let these Margonites and things fight each other out, because apparently the Soul Eater ones are not... Milani, this is not Easton. Just thought I'd point that out. It's always interesting when the enemy groups are not allied like this. You'd think that they would be. Well. Cool. I didn't have to deal with that problem at all. They took care of each other. For some reason. Oh, there's another freed soul. Hello. And there's another one that we lost somewhere. I don't think it really matters. We just need to take out the Margonites. It doesn't say anything about collecting all of the freed souls. So, we'll just continue on then. This area is really cool. I like this like little intersection spot. Let's see, and then this was the guy that gave me the Margonite bounty. Some more regular Margonites. Not the soul-eating kind. Apparently regular Margonites don't like the soul-eating kind of Margonite. They just fight each other to death. What's my inventory doing? Just a smiting rod? I can salvage that, though. 6 iron ingots. Most excellent. Ooh, a flamberge. I liked that skin to some extent. Margonite masks are actually fairly common, it would seem. I certainly seem to get them fairly regularly. Yes, bunch up and let my fragility hit all of you. And that skill. I don't mind the snare. Man, look at all them fragility hits. It's great. Free at last, says that spirit. Okay, yeah, I can't open that chest, that's fine. I love the look of this thing. Look at that. This game has some really beautiful sights. The environment artist did a really good job within the limitations that they had to work within. With the limitations they had to work with. They did a really, really good job. ArenaNet's environment artists are an inspiration to me. Or what I can do anyway. Something I want to learn more about at some point. Ooh. Well then. At least salvageable, you say? Yes, I don't care about any of the magical properties. 37 iron ingots from that flamberge. Trying to get a second stack going on here, it would appear. Fiery Great Axe of Deathbane. I don't think I need a fiery axe, thanks. This divine staff can just be sold, if you ask me. Go get those guys taken care of. I do have cracked armor. I can get rid of that, though. Easily enough. Another freed soul. Okay, let's not stand in the degeneration machine. Is this the last group? Yeah, it is. Okay, and it's by the Abaddon statue thingy. We spent a lot of time out here in the poisoned outcrops today, I've noticed. Ah, there they are. Around the bend from the... And this is where the Staff of Mists was located. Turned out. These Cavaliers are really annoying. They need to be taken down. And we have multiple Acolytes that are trying to res things. They also have Resurrects. The Undead just have so many Resurrects. It's kind of ridiculous in some ways. I appreciate the help, Eve, although it is largely unnecessary. Okay, Soul Eaters. Let's give you what's for. All right. Well, that clears that out. I didn't think I'd ever see the light of day again. He's a freed spirit. Here, take this. I found it on the bodies of one of those foul monsters we killed. Maybe you can pay your taxes with it. Ha ha ha! Yes, he talked about not having to pay taxes. Quite happy about it, I think. I don't blame him. Alright, well then. These are just like collect stuff quests. Let me take a quick scan of quests in the game. List of Nightfall quests. See if I'm missing any in... I think I was pretty thorough in Kournan. Let's do a give and buy. Tendering an offer. This one probably... Yeah, I did. Family ties. Yeah, estate planning. Drake in a cage. Feeding frenzy. Insatiable appetite I haven't done, but that's a repeatable quest, not particularly exciting. A little recon. Building the brace of prisoners of war. Interrogation meeting. Eavesdropping. Costco's recruiting. Melanigo's recruiting. Ah, yes. Melanigo's recruiting a common material crafter called a common material trader called a rare material trader. Just not at all confusing. The foolhardy father. The tools of war. Yes, that one. I remember that one. I think. Yeah. That's a different thing entirely. A prescription for conscription. We did that one. Sign of capture. Right. Yes. Yes. Archjock Ward. Sign of capture. Undead defenders. I think I did that one as well, right? Probably. Yeah, probably. I might double check. And there's one in the floodplain of Mankalon. Old Woman River, I think? That's Ryland Refuge. I'll have to check to see if I've done that one or not. Engineer Tosi. Floodplains of Mankalon, okay. Young lady vanishes, causes elixir, the command post. I should really, like, put these in a spreadsheet to check, but... Some Margaret the Sly ones, it doesn't really matter. Bushel of Trouble, Ancestral Anguish. Total Corruption, Troubled Lands. I think I've done all of the Mirza ones at this point. I think. Thorn and Varish's Side. I don't know that I've done that one. The Great Zatuka quest I did. Okay, so I wanted to check near the floodplains of Mankalon. And in Gandhara out here. Well, let's just start by going to the floodplains of Mankalon. I think this is a reasonable thing to do. What's my inventory doing? It's doing all right. Hey, Katie. How are you doing? How are things going? I just asked the same question twice. Didn't I? Alright, well, I'm heading over to check to see if there's a dude here that has a quest that I may or may not have done. It'd be really, really convenient right now for the game to have a, like, completed quests log. Well, hopefully I can help with some of that, eh? Because that would make it a lot easier to keep track of what I have and haven't done, rather than having to try to remember. Which doesn't always go so well. Oh. Well, that's a little disappointing. Not that my alliance is super active or anything, but... yeah. If you're hoping for something more active, then finding it to not be is definitely a disappointment. Okay. A few more Hecate here, and we should be good. Milani, you don't need that deep wound and whatever other conditions you may have had. That can happen too. People have stuff that happens in cycles. They'll play in cycles. This is an old enough game that a lot of the people who are playing it now are probably a little bit older, and life is just going to get in the way more. That's just a thing that happens. I have some dedicated times that I play, but hey, Andy Fox TV, welcome. Thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're enjoying your time here. Well, you followed, so I'm assuming you did. You are. Have been? Have been. Koro. Keeping a track on using support skills while also trying to manage offensive skills is always a trick. Definitely something that's easier for the AI than for human players. Are they using Phantom Pain? I don't think they are. In so much as I think that might be a prophecy skill. And therefore they couldn't be. No, that's some good bunching. Yeah. Enemies that bunch up always go down far more quickly than enemies that don't. Engineer Tossi is who I'm looking for. I may have done his quest already, though. I legitimately just don't remember, so I'm coming here to check. Because if I haven't, I want to be doing it, obviously. But I don't recall. Okay. Yeah, the Iron Man type challenges are always, well named, shall we say, from what I understand. I'm doing something kind of like what people call Iron Man, in that I'm not using my storage bank and stuff. Playing with some restrictions. Hello, Tortured Spirit? Ah! I don't know. How am I supposed to voice act that? Yow, yeah, hi! What is going on? Hey, Undertaka. Welcome. You're looking to return to this game after probably 10 years. Do you know if it's possible to recover an account with an old CD key of the game? I still have the complete collection in the box. Yes. So you should be able to contact ArenaNet support. You can just go through the Guild Wars 2 website. It's the same support team. Hopefully they can help you. I'm not super experienced on this. If you go check out there's a forum here. They have a Discord server as well. They should be able to help you better than I can. But welcome back to the game. That's a great game. Yeah. Yeah. Good old middle school usernames, or even, I guess that might be middle school. I don't know. It depends upon however country it happens that you live in does school. Did you see her? Asked Engineer Tossi. Ever since General Bale sent his troops north to track down those sun spirits, she's been haunting this area. We can hardly get any work done thanks to her, but the soldiers all think we're crazy. Worse, fewer and fewer workers show up for their shifts. I don't have to remind you that if these waterworks fail, all of Kournan will be bone dry, and a true drought will devastate us all. Please, find this river ghost, and see what we can do to put her spirit to rest. I ain't afraid of no ghost. let's go talk to her. But yeah, you should be able to just contact ArenaNet support, and they should hopefully be able to help you with the process of recovering access to your account. Am I going to have to fight these Hecate? I think I will. Take that word of healing. Okay, well. Trying to keep an eye on conditions on my party. Because I can remove them with my elite here. Okay, well, General Bale came through the area with the hunger. Did not go well. Went very poorly, in fact, for General Bale and the hunger. But apparently he caused some chaos in their wake. I don't know why you'd be coming back here, but... Yartu. That's a djinn of some kind. You see this model in the hidden city of Adashim, so... Yeah, that's definitely an option. I've definitely put it over here if I've needed to. I'm leaving it here for now, but... It is true. I am what you would call a shapeshifter. Just as the river flows from high cliffs to flat plains, I flow from djinn to human. Old Woman River. Haha, dead? Far from it. No old woman am I, but a river spirit. Many shapes can I take, but these foolish Kournans forget their past. Return this river to its former glory. Dead the drop may be, but more Kournan soldiers head this way. Preserve the balance of nature, yes? Shared purposes have we. Get rid of the Kournans, and help you I shall. Cleanse the area of Kournans. 5 groups of Kournans remain. Well then. I guess the first one's down there. There's a bunch of Hecate in the area, too. Let's give them the what's for. And some degeneration. Yes. Hey, you don't have fragility on you. You don't have any hexes on you. Can't have that. Alright. Apparently Kournans are causing the problems here. Or the Kournan soldiers, anyway. A bunch of Corsairs. Oh my goodness, this area is an absolute mess. Okay, let's see about trying to dismantle some of this. Let's start with this group of Hecate. And then we have JR's group over there. Hey, Katie. Thank you for the host. Oh, my inventory is predictably full. Let's salvage this Hecate tongue. It is full of dust for some reason. Oh, steel ingot. Excellent. Leather. Okay. My inventory is getting way too cluttered with stuff. Yeah, some AoE damage from that was pretty sweet. Admiral Kaya. I would prefer you not causing my party problems. Yeah, here's come another group of Kournans. Are they using disease? Oh, we're using disease. I have disease on Milani. It shouldn't last too terribly long, and it isn't. It's spreading from the Kournans back to my party, because that's how disease works. It's not a huge deal, though. Did not get the equipment from the one, though. Okay, this must be the primary Kournan groups that I need to take care of for busy quests. If I had to guess, anyway. I don't have to guess. I'll find out soon enough. Okay, but I do need to create some space for salvaging loot. Banana Scythe is such a ridiculously pointless weapon. Again, if it was max damage, that would be cool. If it's max damage inscribable. But as it is, it's not very good. Which makes having it clutter up your inventory a real obnoxiousness. Yeah, these are triggering the Old Woman River quests, so clearly the ones I need to take down for it. Yeah, fragility. Doing its work. If I wait a moment, these guys will actually tend to cluster. This is a lot of scribes. It's like all scribes. Huh. Strange to see a group of nothing but scribes. Okay, those were the 5 groups. So now I go see this individual for my reward, which is good. Alrighty then. Let's make our way over there. Slowly, surely. Walking steadily onward. Contemplating the loot in our tight bag. It is tight, full of loot. Major fire magic. I think I know what's going to become of that. Yeah. I think I know exactly what's going to become of that. It's going to the merchant because the trader probably does not give very much for it. He usually wants superior runes with elementalists in my experience. Okay, R2. The last of them, this is not. My words you must heed. In the drought and the hunger, the sunset of our times are foretold. Upon the world, nightfall shall reign. Herald the new dawn, as only true heroes can. Powerful artifacts will I trade in return for Kournan trophies. Accept this reward. Bring more Kournan trophies from the field of battle, if you can. Oh. Help me rid this area of Kournans. Bring me 5 Kournan pendants, and in return, I will aid you in your battle. Light superior runes not worth much outside of the +3 energy rest. Yeah, I've noticed that too. Energy storage. Okay, some enchanted gear. Actually, this has got some weird motless things. That's kind of cool. So this person just becomes a collector afterwards. That's neat. And I believe south of here should be another thing, although I really need to stop by a merchant like this Natumba and sell a few things. I'll check the value on that rune later. And take this path over to the Gundara Moon Fortress. Okay, I'm not taking that path because that's not a path. can't walk, like, over cliffs self. Not how it works. Not how it works at all. Narashi is apparently out here somewhere, and offers a quest to fight some Kournan patrols or something. And I don't think I ever did it, so I'm looking for it. This is the outside of the Gandharan Moon Fortress. We can't actually get in through this way, though. Hopefully it works. Hopefully it works. It's always nice to get your account back and, like... Yeah, hopefully it works and you're able to be hit with just a giant wall of nostalgia just looking at all of your old characters. May Balthazar guide me to become as brave and strong as you, hero, says the wandering priest. I don't actually know where Narashi would be out here, though. That's the one complication. Okay, I need a... Just wiki. I need... Thorn in Varish's side. Oh, so she's way over to the side, it looks like. Okay. Yeah, that will be neat. It's always fun to be able to have that. Like, it's one of those things where you'll probably see stuff and your memory will be triggered. So it won't be quite 100% like a new, like, first-time experience, but... yeah, it's always cool to have half-remembered memories come alive again. I love Guild Wars 1. Okay, let's show these Hecate who's boss. An awful lot of them, though. Unsheath your sword and unleash your hearts. Bar fight minigame. Yes, that would have been an Eye of the North. Kilroy Stonekin has a whole thing about punching dwarves. It's a conflict between him and the Stone Summit. A very different part of the game than this one, than I'm currently in. But yeah, that's a great place to get experience and stuff. It's a fairly safe one as well, which is nice if you're looking for the Survivor title track. I know the area to which you are referring well. Hi, noble Sunspear. Though I have heard tales of treachery and betrayal about your order, I have also heard your name spoken with honor. Yeah. I've been doing a whole, like, set of playthroughs where I've just been going very slowly, examining the story in detail. It's kind of been a slow analytical sort of thing. Trying to get a little bit of a feel for how things may have been originally as well, with doing some restrictions, like using only 3 heroes. You can use 7 heroes now. I don't know when you stopped playing for what changes had been made since then, but being able to use 7 heroes is a huge difference. Okay, Narashi, I found you. Way out here. Wow, that's a lot of Kournans over there. They will be moving north soon. We cannot hope to fight the whole Kournan army by ourselves, but now is a good chance to weaken their reinforcements. The rest of the column will be marching to Jahai, perhaps to invade Vabi. If we do not bleed their strength, the Kournan forces may become unstoppable. Either way, the more we kill now, the less we will have to kill in Vabi. Time is of the essence, but this is not a suicide mission. Just kill as many as you can and get out of here. We cannot let this Kournan column leave the area at full strength. It would mean the end of us all. Those Kournans need a good bleeding. This is suicide. Are you sure it wasn't Dunkoro's idea? Why? That's a weird rejection dialogue. Assault the Kournan column marching north to Jahai. Hi, it would appear we have stirred up a hornet's nest. Between the infiltration into Gandhara and the death of the drought, Varish has found time to mobilize quite an army. Morgan is getting ready to lead a column north, toward Jahai. Hornet soldiers, prepare to move out. Looks like they're getting ready. We should strike against this column and do what damage we can. This is awkward. Notice that I have General Morgan in my party right now. Because I'm in the part of the story where he joins us. Or past, but you know what I mean. Like I said, kinda awkward. But I apparently got rubber band caught on Narashi. That's unfortunate, but not hard to overcome. They would be somewhat more effective if they weren't coming so piecemeal. You know what's great? You can use this just to flush wound while knocked down. Isn't that delightful? Or don't fireball. How's that sound? Okay, Kournan zealots. I think that's arguably like all of them, but like Milani and Koss are not Kournan zealots though. They're just Kournans. I think we may have made them angry. That's a whole lot of troops. We better fall back and fast. That doesn't look like that many troops. I think we could take them. But that's not the quest, so I will follow the quests. An ambush! Dispatch these foes quickly. We don't have much time before the whole fort comes down on us. Ah, yes. Best not to get caught under masonry, I think. That's not what you meant by the whole fort? Oh. You're using synecdoche to refer to the individuals inside the fort when you refer to the fort itself. I see. Synecdoche is a word that refers to the concept of using something to refer to something else. Like, referring to your glasses as your eyes, for example. You're not literally referring to your eyes. Or saying something like, they stopped in front of me, and I had to slam on the brakes. So you're talking about driving a car. That's not maybe necessarily the best example, but like we'll often use that sort of thing to refer to stuff as like us or things like that, when what we really mean is like this thing that I'm connected with. Like right now, I'm not moving forward, right? I'm moving my character forward, but my character represents me in the context of the game, so we'd use synecdoche to kind of correlate the two, as it were, after fashion. It's a thing we do. It's kind of neat. Here they come! Balthazar's blade, look at them all. There are too many of them. Quick, run for Bogon and don't look back. What, those guys? Oh, okay. Oh, I have too much cloth. On this character. So too much cloth. That sounded like a different thing. I said so as an SO, too much cloth, not SEW, too much cloth. You could make an enormous blanket with it. You could sew it. Blankets are nice. I'm glad for blankets. Language is weird. I hope I've been able to emphasize that properly. Where even is Narashi? Run toward Pogun to escape the Kournan reinforcements. Oh, she's with me, just kind of behind. Phew, we made it. Pogun is just around the corner. It is, Narashi. It is. Good. That should slow them down. You have shown great courage today, considering the impossible odds. Now let's get out of here before anyone else sees us. Hooray! I gained a skill point from that. And a little bit of Sun Spear promotion points. I think that should be the main quest that I can think of that I might have missed out here. I'm just kind of scrolling through right now to look for potential other quests I may have missed. I'm not seeing anything. I might want to check with Elder Juna. Just in case. But that won't be too hard to do. Yeah, so if there is something I'm missing, I might be missing a quest with Elder Jonah. So I'm gonna go check there. Then I want to like scan through Vabi to see if I'm missing anything there. Although I'm gonna be needing to wrap up fairly soon for the day. Scout Kara. Oh no, that person's always been there. Name just struck me as unusual. Kournan pendants contain iron, so I'm gonna salvage them for iron. I also don't need all this cloth, so I'm probably going to sell some of it. Margaret the Sly. Oh, yeah, this character is the character. Wait, what? Margaret? Since when have you been here? This is not the character that recruited you. A Corsair's life is simple. Sea, ship, and silver, or in this case, cold is stony coin. Pay well, and you'll have my loyalty and my bow. Get stingy with me, and you'll regret it for the rest of a very short life. Fascinating. He shows up here, apparently. Where was I going? I was going... Where's the Sunward Marches where the material traders are? That was my first direction, anyway. Yes, I wanted to talk to Elder Jonah. I went the completely wrong way for that. Geronimo here says he's a rare material trader. He's not. He's lying. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. That's not worth anything. I don't really feel like I need to sell this guy iron at the moment. I will check the value of this rune. I'm going to sell this stack of cloth. Major fire is worth nothing. That's what I thought. Okay, let's go check on the Elder Jonah. Just outside the Sunspear Sanctuary. I say that, but it's quite the trek through the Sunspear Sanctuary to get there. Yeah, both of these just require me to get collectibles. It's not very exciting as a quest, but it's alright. You have to get a little bit lucky to have them drop, though. Which just makes it a little annoying. Oh, this is a lot of Kournan guard corpses. The only reason we're being attacked is because of them. The Sunspears brought this upon us. Yeah. Says Herdsman Zakanu. They'll kill us all within the hour. Minosi. I can take those garrison fools with one hand tied behind my back. We don't need those weak foreign. Gets cut off by somebody here. Hold your tongue, Chuno. While it's true our new friends have brought additional difficulties to Ronjok, they are not to blame for our current situation. What are we going to do? They'll return in with tenfold more men. If they don't get their quota, they'll take it out of our hides. Bale will not give up until he conscripts every last one of us. Bale's dead at this point, but whatever. These soldiers are a superstitious lot. They've forgotten the darker ways of our peoples. If they think we are defenseless, they are wrong. Help me, heroes. Let me defend Ronjok once more. Chuno here just has a quest for taking out the, I don't know where it is right now. But taking out there's a pet, basically. A drake, and taking out and feeding it. My worst fears are realized. The Kournans have had enough, and are marching on Ronjok village even as we speak. It is death they wish upon us, so it is death we shall give them. By the time we're finished, those Kournan soldiers will prefer Varish's wrath to facing us again. As a young man, I was touched by the icy hand of Grenth himself, and now I can commune with the dead. It is an exhausting process, and I had hoped to avoid using it, but it may be our only hope. I will need help. Will you help an old man defend his home and his people one last time? You take care of the spell. We will do the rest. I thought I might have been missing this quest, and I had been. Most excellent. Whoa, everyone else just disappeared. I must have just despawned them, I guess. Well, here come a bunch of Kournans. Oh, that taunt animation. The Black Moa, right? What about the Black Moa? By order of War Marshal Varish, Ronjok is to be destroyed for failure to meet its production quotas. This impertinence is a threat to Kourna that must end. Its structures will be leveled. Its inhabitants will be resettled. Those who survive, that is. Those who resist will face my blade. What is this madness? Undead? I mean, they're level 19 bone horrors. That's pretty strong. Charge! Charge, you fools! Charge! Whew, there's a lot of guys. Two groups to rout. I don't suppose you feel like using Aura of the Lich again, do you, Elder Jonah? It would be very convenient. Caster animation from Paragon is quite strange. Yeah, it's just kind of like holding its arm up, isn't it? Paragons have some really distinct animations, though. I actually kind of enjoy that fact about them. The distinctness of their animations. Ooh, Windrider Tormentor's group has been in the Hall of Hero doing pretty well for a while now. I'm gonna go grab these gold coins. Yeah. Paragon attack animations without a spear are really have a very specific style. Ah, that scared them, but good. That trick won't work twice, but it will do the job. It won't return to Ronjok for quite some time. But I fear for our land. Things are getting darker, and not just for Ronjok. More and more young men and women are being conscripted. Other conscripts mysteriously disappear. Varish's quotas have gone through the roof. We barely get enough water for the fields. I hope that you, my friend, will be the light that guides us through the impending darkness. Many wish you Sun Spirits had stayed in Easton, but many more who have no voice to speak believe you are our last hope. Please, accept this as a small token of Ronjok's appreciation. Excellent, says Elder Jonah. Are you cold? That trick always gives me goosebumps. Oh. So you're a monk necromancer, eh? Hey, Bone Horror. It's just a flesh wound. That's right, I use it as just a flesh wound on a Bone Horror. I'm doing fine, Elder Jonah. I'm doing fine. Let's see. I think I've gotten most of the Vabian quests. Those were some Kournan ones that I missed. I think I've gotten the rest of them that don't require specific heroes, like Margaret's Sly, which I've done on a different character. Yeah, that looks likely. Okay, let's check Vabi real quick. Yeah, I remember doing that quest chain. That one. The Hanging Gardener. Horn Stuff Part 1. The Search for Enlightenment. I remember that. Yeah. Following the Order, Greed and Regret. Those are primary quests. Garden Chores. One Man's Dreams. Plague of Frogs. Yeah, I think I did that one. And Which Way Did He Go? I recognize. Protect the Learned, I obviously have right now. The Madness of Prophecy, I remember. Desperate Measures. Norgu's Nightfall requires Norgu. Gifts of the Jinn is... I can't do that one yet, I don't think. I can check to see if Miranda has any more quests, but I don't know that she does. I think... Okay, yeah, there's a bunch with Prince Baka that I already did. It can be really confusing here because some of them require specific heroes. Okay, so that's once you complete the last mission, you get that one. Okay, so there's one there that I wanted to check. Yeah, I wanted to check to see if Miranda has any more. I just kind of want to make sure I'm wrapping up loose ends, you know? And I should check Mihanu as well while I'm here. I'm not necessarily going to be doing any more quests today, but we are kind of like at the end of time. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Mihanu Township, just to check. Yeah, this librarian. Okay. I think I've taken care of most of the quests out here. Did I check outside of the Bastion? Amter the Mighty has quests, but I already did his chains, I'm pretty sure. I can double check him with him, but... So Amter the Mighty's... Where is he in this? Yeah, so he had Guard Rescue, which I did. Population Control, which I did. Scorched Earth is Prince Baka. Yeah, I've done the quests that Prince Amter had, so I don't think there's any outside in the Wilderness of Badza. I can switch the given location, though, just to double check. Yeah, there's just the two from Prince Amter the Mighty, so I would have done those already. I think the Desolation, then, I've been fairly thorough with. And the last of the breed I have. Pilgrimage we just did. Remember Hara's thing. Refuse the King. Requiem for Brain. Return of the Undead King. Yeah. The Growing Threat. The Hallowed Point. Unnew Management Advantage. Guard. Okay, I think I've done all of the quests in Desolation. Yeah, he has 2 quests, though. I've done both of them. From what I saw. So I think I have. You know what? Let's just wrap up today. Let's go. I mean, we've already gone a bit long, but let's just go ahead and wrap up today. This is a solo act here. But let's just do a round of this challenge mission. Let's do that, and let's just wrap up today with this. And then, so the next stream, just to give people a little bit of heads up, the next stream will be taking Gyurudo Senso. I'm taking 2 characters because there's been some new people here. I'm taking two characters through Nightfall. One of which has done like this guy did stuff with Master of Whispers. The other character did stuff with Margaret the Sly, or is doing stuff with Margaret the Sly. So there's a branch there, and then there's a branch. Whether or not you go to Jenner's Horde and do the mission there, or to Margaret Coast and do that one, or not Margaret Coast, Nundu Bay, and do that one with Milani. I did the Koss branch up in Jenner's Horde on this character as well. So there's some like overlap between things. I want to get that other character kind of like caught up to where this guy is now that I've done so many of the quests here. So I'm going to be, I stream Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday. Yeah, and also the Norgu Goran thing. This guy took Goran. The other character is going to be taking Norgu. Or has taken Norgu? I don't remember where he's at. But, anyway, so the next stream on Saturday, I will be continuing Gyurudo Senso, the other character who came from Factions. So we'll be doing that. But let's go ahead and wrap stuff up today by doing this challenge mission here. So this person says, "Oh, thank the gods! A living creature here at last. Please, you must help us. The tombs have become corrupted, and it's affecting the spirits who rest within. They are awake and trapped, unable to return to the mists. I beg of you, use your undead worms to destroy the insects infesting the tombs, so that the souls within can finally find peace." What sort of ghost hunt is this? The tombs have been corrupted by vicious insects. The spirits contained within the tombs cannot return to the mists, and are becoming restless. Use your undead worm to consume the insects, so the corruption will fade. One warning, some of the spirits have fallen victim to the corruption, and now desire only your most painful death. The stronger insects hold great power, and if defeated, might grant you temporary strength to use against the spirits. If you see any friendly lost souls wandering about, use your worm to consume their earthly form, and free them into the mists. Okay. How do I defeat spirits who want to swallow my soul whole? Use your worm's skills to your advantage. The maddened spirits may be powerful, but they are, after all, only dead shells of pain and anguish. They are not nearly as fast or clever as a living being. Take advantage of the power of the greater insects in the tombs, and you may be able to do away with the spirits entirely. Catch lost souls as soon as you can, because they can vanish quickly and without warning, much like your life. How do I score more points? As you clear out the infestations, you will notice your score going up. Each minor infestation is worth 1 point. Each greater infestation is worth 3 points. In addition, destroying a greater infestation will allow you to damage the maddened spirits that normally cannot be harmed. Should you happen to destroy the maddened spirit, you will gain 4 points. For the highest score, try to free as many lost souls as possible. Destroying a lost soul's physical presence not only frees the soul, but also scores you 8 points. I am ready. So this is Pac-Man. The corruption around the tombs has become so strong that only a single person can enter the area at any given time. If you are brave enough to help me clear the corruption from the tombs, speak to me again once you have left your party. Okay, everybody ready for some Pac-Man? Waka waka. The Remains of Sahlahja. Have to make our way over to a worm spore. I don't tend to do this very much. You do get hero armor from this. So there's that. And yeah, we just have the same skills we always have. So nothing special here. Corrupted lands. While within the corrupted area, you suffer -1 health regeneration. Not a huge deal, but we'll add up. been a while since I've done this. I have done this before, but I don't know how well I'm going to end up doing. But yeah, we need to take out these infestation. And there's some greater infestation. And what you're looking out for most is like stuff pursuing you on the map. These are basically like power pellets and stuff. There you go. And now I get this buff, Spirit Form. Your worm's body is consumed by powerful spiritual energy that enables you to do battle with maddened spirits and reduces the effectiveness of the maddened spirits' attacks by 75%. They do a lot of damage, is kind of the point here. A lost soul has appeared. So yeah, your goal is basically to like hunt down, like to clear out the infestation and to hunt down. There's a maddened spirit. So I want to get this greater infestation. These things hurt quite a bit, so. As you can tell, by the hundreds of damage it was dealing, it still hurts a lot. Okay, well, whatever, just eat it. Score bonus, a new section of the tomb has opened. That's useful. I need health. I still have the buff on me, so that'll help. No hero armor yet. Not sure how likely it is to drop. Boy, that deals so much damage. Great. So yeah, you're just kind of going around clearing out infestation and watching out for maddened spirits and looking out for lost souls so you can get more points off of them. And like I said, it's just otherwise it's just Pac-Man. Go. Another 4 points. A new section of the tombs is opened. I'm scanning around for like lost souls and stuff, so. +1 point. So it'll be a little quicker to kill this way. And also it's very important to keep an eye out for things trying to kill you. Okay, I don't have a great way to commentate this. It's just like, okay, this is how this thing works. There we go. Took that out. You definitely want to make sure you're keeping moving, because if you stay still for too long, and I'm hardly an expert on this, but if you stay still for too long, the like the areas do like get cleared of enemies and things like that. So You do need to... Oh, and I'm being chased now by a maddened spirit, so I need to go find a greater infestation. So that way I can... Oh, there's a lost soul. Yeah, I know. Right behind me. This is probably the map that the Isle of Worms is kind of based off of more. Actually, this area would be great for... Not that one. That was not what I was thinking of. Game. Excuse me. I want to get away from you, Madden Spirit. There's another greater infestation down this way, though. I will happily go after that. Ow. Yeah, okay. This is probably ending me. Yeah, there we go. Oh, then there's the lost soul right over there. Anyway, that's kind of how this works. So that gives you kind of an idea of the way that this functions. Hey, and I got an ancient armor remnant from it too. Okay, good night, mana guy. You have a good sleep. I'm gonna go see what heroes I can upgrade with this armor piece. So that's the Remains of Sahlahja. Probably not the best showing. It's a bit of a tricky one, frankly. But reasonable. Like I said, it's inspired by Pac-Man in that it wears that influence quite clearly. Who can I upgrade armor-wise with this? Talcora? Yeah, sure. Let's go with Talcora. So this is what Talcora looks like normally. And if we upgrade her with Ancient Armor Remnant. So Johei here says, when I walked the land, I was one of the finest craftsmen in all Ilona. The years wandering this realm as a ghost have clouded my memory and dulled my skills, but they have not dampened my desire to craft beautiful things. In traveling through the tombs, you may find some ancient armor remnants. Bring them to me. I'll upgrade the armor of one of your heroes. Whose armor would you like to change? How about Talcora? Yep, Talcora's currently wearing default armor. I'd like her to have the ancient armor set. There we go. So now she's in... It's a very similar, shape, but it's now a very different color. It's much more golden. So, yeah, there's that. I don't necessarily need her in my party right now. So I'm going to be wanting, Dunkoro and stuff. Let's just grab Dunkoro, Milani, and General Morgan, because those are who I was working with before. But that's going to go ahead and wrap stuff up for me here today. I think next time... I think I've done all of the Desolation quests that I really... I obviously have Last of the Breed, but that's just such a grindy quest. Sticks and Stones I'll probably kind of acquire. So I think next time we will actually be doing stuff down here in the Gate of Torment. Continuing some of the main story. Doing all of that good stuff. Next time I play this guy, which will probably be next week sometime. But the next stream we'll be continuing the adventures of Gerudo Senso as he goes through. It's going to be a lot more quick to go through because he's not stopping to do every single quest like Imrahil here is. But until then, everyone, thank you all very much for watching. Take care, and goodbye.